welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 92, your weekly dose of open tuna StarCraft action. I'm Coach Live. I'm Coach your host Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by the plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a very long day of Star. Very long day of StarCraft. We were just live earlier this morning with Anonymous Cup Day 1, and we have a back-to-back bro. Let's go, baby, let's go. We have an intense broadcast. We begin with Sparkling Tuna Cup. We continue with Anonymous Cup Day 2, and we end the broadcast with the RSL, the Revival StarCraft League European Qualifier. 3 tournaments back to back. It's going to be an intense broadcast. Let's go, baby, let's go. I'm ready, I'm excited. I think the most brutal thing about it is that there are going to be no breaks in between. It's going to be from one tournament to the other, and to the other. And here we go. We are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. We're jumping in to our TVZ, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Lost Fantasy, we have the German Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Captain Fish. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Zurich player representing the Platinum Heroes as well, as this is a team kill. It is Hatsu. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVT, as we jump into Lost Fantasy. Welcome one and all to the most vetoed map in the map pool. It is the most vetoed map. We rarely get to see any games on Lost Fantasy, so I'm ready, I'm excited. Welcome to a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, or top side as well. Overlord Scout towards the top side is going to instantly get eyes on Captain Fish. SV is going to be scouting bottom left, and I believe the Overlord will barely not get eyes on the SCV. So Hatsu is currently in the dark, but will soon confirm the CC. We'll soon confirm the command center. Meanwhile, behind this is going for a hatch gas pull. Standard opener out of Hatsu. Likewise, Captain Fish building up back at him as well. SCV Scout will confirm that Hatsu is not in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Likewise, Captain Fish going for Reactor first. Oh, Reactor first here to Captain Fish. A little bit greedy. No Reaper. Captain Fish does skip his Reaper, going for a Rack Expand into Reactor instead, into his follow-up, I would imagine, Factory. So Captain Fish is cutting corners, and that means there's going to be no Reaper harass. Likewise, Hatsu claiming a third. Does claim a third base. Again, hatch gas pull into a third. So far, standard play out of Hatsu so far. Hello, Shafin. Hello, there's in chat. Prometheus as well. No clone. Esther, no clone. Look at that. Steel mold as well. I saw steel mold. Easy fill. BBQ. Rowdy. Esther Rowdy. Always good to see you. Oh. As it is tuna time. It is tuna time. Gaha. When it comes to Captain Fish's play, typically I do know him as a mech player. He plays a lot of mech, BC base openers into Hellion Cyclone, into Battle Mech. That is typically how I recognize Captain Fish, but we'll see if he does go for a bio-based follow-up instead. Keep an eye on our Terran player. When it comes to Lost Fantasy, it isn't just a 3-player small map. It's also very defendable. If you did want to try to wall up, wall off, and play hyper defensive, you can do so on Lost Fantasy, just because there are so many small, narrow choke points here that you can wall up, you can wall off, and you can fortify yourself. Meanwhile, Roach follow-up here out of Hatsu. Going for the Roaches. Claiming a third base. Meanwhile, 1-1-1 out of Captain Fish. Staying on 2 bases. No third CC. Yeah, no third command center, so a delayed third base in favor of a faster starport. Much more aggressive build here from Captain Fish. With this, we can go into, I was going to say faster Banshee, but there's no tech lab. So no add-on swap. This means we're going most likely Viking first. Viking into Fusion Core? Uh-oh. This does feel like Fusion Core based play. Yep. Starport does float back, does hide the tech lab, and no add-on swap. Shows that Fusion Core. As so far that's what this build reads as, but we would have already seen the Fusion Core by now. We have the money for it. It's proxied. Okay. Sure, that makes sense. There we go. So the Fusion Core is going to be proxied, but yes, the initial 111, the lack of add-on on the racks did scream Fusion Core. Typically, as Hellies, they do bust into the mineral line. Drones are going to be going down so far, getting 6 drone kills, getting up to 9. The drones, they do line up, and 9 worker kills are brutal already. And it's going to be on Hatsu to re-drone to resaturate. Roaches are revealed. Hatsu can go for an early roach push. Back at home, no tanks. Remember, it's purely Hellion and Vanilla Marines in that bunker. Right now, Captain Fish is vulnerable, and Hatsu is pushing. And we'll see if Hatsu can break Captain Fish before the BCs hit the field. As roaches are welding across the map, Captain Fish racing back home. Now, this isn't an all-in. There are Ravagers being morphed in, that is true, but I believe Hatsu did just drone up a little bit, but never mind. 12 links. 12 links are on the way. Again, Hatsu has no idea what's going on. Hatsu has no idea that there is a BC and that there's a proxy or anything crazy going on. BC production has begun, but Hatsu is just committing regardless into said all-in. We can see a little bit of droning here and there out of Hatsu, so a little bit indecisive, but for the most part, Hatsu is committed. For the most part, we have a link flood coming across the map as well, and Hatsu is here to break that natural, to break down the bunker. Now Hatsu taking her time. Oh, there we go. There are the vials. Lings have yet to fully commit. Repairs underway. Vials there on the bunker. The bunker is going to go down. The bunker does fall, but right now we're just buying time for that BC. SCV is going to be going down. Hatsu does break the natural. 8 SCV kills so far, not bad, but we have to keep going. We need more damage. The first tank. Oh no! Tank arrives. The tank is going to go down. Massive pickoff. No tank. But there is going to be a BC. Back at home, how many queens? Only 3. Only 3 queens. That is concerning. Meanwhile, the BC has arrived. Boys are being pulled into the Roach Ravager. Wow, this doesn't quite connect with the SCVs. But SCVs are falling regardless, and this is a lot of damage. And again, right now we need queens. We need as many queens as possible. The Hellions are going down, which means no Hellion counterattack. SCV still under fire. Catching 22 SCV kills. And we have triple CC behind this. On the vials! Oh my god, massive connections, massive vials. Lings taking flooding in. Some wasted DBS on the factory, I would say, as there are still SCVs to hunt down. But the factory is going to fall. I mean, hey, that means no more Hellions to worry about. True. Does mean no Hellions. And we're still flooding links. Still just flooding links across the map to just catch every single SCV. Ideally, test the gas geyser. Going for the add-on. Back at home, we have how many queens? 2, 4, I want to say around 5. Yeah, 5 queens. GG gets called. The 1 BC is not going to be enough. And Hatsu takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Hatsu does take a lead in the series. Again, Captain Fish with a very cheeky build, but there's a lot that came into play here. 1, Captain Fish was rushing into BCs. That is true. Delayed third base. The other thing, remember, Captain Fish didn't scout. No Reaper scout, and he kept his Hellions at home until he built up to 6, and then he went for a Hellion run-by. The run-by did a lot of damage, but again, Captain Fish, he wasn't really concerned with scouting. Never scouted into the main with the Reaper because there was no Reaper, and the Hellions never got into the main base either. So 0 scouting out of Captain Fish. So he was completely caught off guard by the initial all-in from Hatsu by the Ling Roach Ravager. So 0 scouting from the Terran player. He was blindly rushing into BCs. At the same time, Hatsu was blindly going for aggression, going for a Ling Roach Ravager all-in, which did coincide very nicely. You know, the stars aligned. Captain Fish happened to be greedy, happened to be cutting corners, was punished. GG. GG well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see how this story does end. As we are loading into Torches. Torches being one of these smaller maps on the map, a smaller map, a much more aggressive map as well. Oh boy. And we'll see how our players will adjust here and how aggressive we're going to be. We go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the German Terran player, the Blue Terran. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Captain Fish. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Torches, we have the pink Zurich player, representing the Platinum Heroes as well, leading the series 1-0. It is Hatsu. Actually, Fish loves Marines. He teach me and a friend Bio years ago. You should take him back to Bio because he's been playing nothing but mech as of late. I mean, last game it was BC into mech, but of course he was shut down before we could really embrace that BC mech style. We'll see if we go into mech again, or a different form of mech, or as someone in the chat did mention, we'll see if Captain Fish does actually play Bio instead. We'll see. But again, welcome on all to Torches. Again, Torches is the smallest map of the map pool, shortest rush distance by ground, short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air. There are some other quirks as well, where we have the center gold bases on the right hand side, gold bases on the left hand side, and of course the healing pad as well. This is also one of the more vetoed maps, to be honest. I want to say Last Fantasy and Torches are the two most vetoed maps in the current map pool, just because of how unorthodox they are and how aggressive, well, I should say, and how aggressive you can be on Torches. So I appreciate that we're going to be able to feature them, but at the same time, if Hatsu's going for another all-in, another roach rush, I do favor that on this map, or I should say this map is going to favor aggressive styles. Meanwhile, this time, Reaper. This time, Captain Fish is going ranked expand, Reaper opener, not reactor, so this time he will be able to scout. This time he'll have some scouting information, SCV dipping in. SCV has the timing of the hatchery. Queens are on the way, Lings are on the way. Nothing crazy yet. Here we go. As Hatsu is claiming a third. So again, standard opener, hatch gas pull into a third base. Just like last game as well, like the opener is standard. What we're keeping an eye on though is what the gas is going to be spent on. As Reaper is dipping in. Does a trade, does dance with the Lings, takes down one, not bad, one lingers down. Jesus. And the Reaper is going to be forced back. Now, the other downside of this map is that there is no Reaper cliff into the main. As you can see here, there is a ramp into the main base through the natural, but there is no cliff face here at the third location. So it's going to be more difficult here for the Reaper to scout outside of other maps, so unlike on other maps. So harder scouting here. That's another reason why we don't often see many players play on Torches. Behind this third TC before Starport, so economic build here by Captain Fish. Remember last game, Captain Fish was hyper aggressive, going for a 1-1-1. This time, third TC, more macro oriented. So this time he is playing more economic. Behind this, we do have the Roach Horn on the way. And remember, because of the map, there's no Reaper Scout. Despite opening Reaper, the Reaper is very limited with how it can go into the bases, so no Reaper Scout into the main base. Currently, Captain Fish is once again in the dark. Behind this, going for the starport. And so far, this does seem to be the same build from Hatsu. Alien Reaper poking in. At a certain point, it might be worth scanning the main from Captain Fish. I know that, like, ideally you don't want to waste scans early on, that's true, but at the same time, Captain Fish is completely in the dark, and any attempted scout so far has been denied by the Queens. Behind this, so 3 CC into 3-1-1 is going to be Bio this time from the Terran, not Mech. But the problem here is that, again, he's back at home. He's not active on the map. He doesn't see anything. He doesn't see any attempted move outs. Likewise, no safety bunker because he doesn't know how much danger he's in. Hellion Reaper now pushing, and this should get eyes on the roaches as they push across the map. So late scout. Speaking of, does see some Lings. That's not the biggest of tells. Not yet. Hellions, they poke into the Queens. Roaches are kept hidden until now. The roaches are now revealed. Now Captain Fish knows, gets a Queen. And back at home, we need some SimCity. There we go, bunkers on the way. But again, these are late bunkers. Oh. They are late. Roach is moving out. Hellions are on the high ground. Behind this, not going into Banshee play. He's going for earlier stim and going for a Liberator instead. Hellions, they can hold their own. Nice splash damage on the Roaches. Roaches, they do pull back. Bunkers are going to finish. And with the bunkers completing, I believe Captain Fish should be able to hold here. I don't believe there are enough Ravagers to break this position, but Hatsu is not droning. Hatsu is not droning behind this. Hatsu is committing to the all-in. Likewise, there's barely any Marines either. Like the Marines are not really a factor. While they bring down the first bunker. First bunker does fall. Poison being pulled. Oh, can we pound down the Liberator? The Liberator has arrived. And the Liberator is holding the line for now. Behind this, there's no Marine production. Captain Fish, his macro is slipping here. There we go. Let's go, making a Marine at a time. We are prioritizing the tank. Okay. Tank is on the way. Tank is on the way. Hatsu pushing forward. Files on the Liberator. Does go down. And without that tank, I still feel like Hatsu can break this, for sure. From here on forward, Hatsu is droning and is saturating, but I do feel like Captain Fish is still quite vulnerable here. Of course, Hatsu doesn't know that. Hatsu doesn't know that there was no tank up until now. But Captain Fish is holding. Behind this, Hatsu droning, saturating, building up into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Lair is on the way. I would say that Captain Fish is in a better economic position. Better economy here for Captain Fish. And will soon claim the third. So Captain Fish, he survives, he defends, and I would say he's in a better position at this point. Building up into the mid-game. Claiming that third. Bold location for the third expansion. Considering that Captain Fish cannot defend it, and these tumors are going to expire in a couple of seconds. In 30 seconds time will expire. Aliens, they break out. We have yet to mine through these minerals, is my concern, to protect the space. Those are curious. Oh, as we throw away the Hellions. 3 of them do get into the mineral line, though. 2 of them even. They can't two-shot. Oof. And they get 3 drone kills with 1 volley. Not bad. 4 drones. But these do expire now, I believe. They should be expired at this point. Yep. They expire at 7:55. And we'll see if Hatsu checks that base location. So far, the Overlord is here outside of the ramp and has not seen any workers, any transfer. But Hatsu hasn't checked the triangular third. Not yet. Otherwise, that's just free damage. Those are free SCVs. Hatsu is checking for bases. Yeah, checking the triangle, or the, low ground expansion. Checks the linear expansion as well. Checks Ninja base. And the Spire is done. Interesting. Double drop does get across the map. Catching the Queen. Getting to the mineral line. Oh, that's a lot of worker damage. Late reaction here from Hatsu. Getting 13 drones. So we'll defend. We'll zone away. So does zone. Oh! Oh my god. Does zone. Third base getting fully saturated. At this point, Captain Fish, he was already ahead economically, now far ahead here. If this third base was denied, then we might be seeing a more even back and forth, but this is a brutal position here for Hatsu, for the Zerg. Down in workers, even on bases. And is trying to rush into Ultra Tech. Bold move. Hive is done, but the Hive is not going to help. The Ultra's not going to help because here comes the Bio. Here comes Marines. They can just stim in. Captain Fish can tank those miles. Denies the expansion. And from here can break through. And not enough Banelings. Not enough support on the ground. Just a little bit too greedy rushing into Ultra Tech. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Captain Fish will survive the aggression, will break out, will overwhelm, will tap the series 1-1. It was an interesting setup. Once again, I do think that if Hatsu was more assertive, I think she could have broken Captain Fish with the initial Roach Ravager. I do think that once again, Captain Fish, his macro was slipping and the defenses were a little bit lackluster. But Hatsu wasn't feeling too confident, so backed off, droned up instead. Unfortunately, didn't quite get eyes on the third base, so wasn't able to punish the economy, wasn't able to try to keep the Terran player contained on a 2-base economy instead. And with that, Captain Fish got out of hand, got out of control. GG. GG well played. With that, we're now getting into the ace match, getting into game 3, and we'll see what map we're going to be loading into. So far, we've had some very unorthodox maps. I mentioned this before, but Last Fantasy and Torches, these two maps that we just saw, are the most vetoed maps in the map pool. They're very aggressive, very quirky in their own way, and we rarely get to see them. So I'm curious where this series ends. We have the answer: Persephone, another aggressive map. So when it comes to Torches, something that did really help Captain Fish, that also I believe something that I believe did help Captain Fish in that last game and did help him keep up, did help him recover, was of course the ramp. A unique feature of Torches, even though the rush distance by ground is very short, and again I still think that was favoring the aggressing player, there is a ramp coming into the natural, which also does kind of give a little bit more ambiguity as to what you're pushing into. It does give a little bit of uncertainty to the aggressing player as well, because they don't see what's on the other side. Here on a standard map, no ramp. There is no ramp coming into the natural, so the natural base is more exposed, is more vulnerable to aggression if we were to once again go for the same build. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the German Terran player, the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Captain Fish. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes as well as our teammates. It is Hatsu. Here we go. As we are once again going at hatch gas pool. Captain Fish has been varying up his opener when it comes to going for a ranks expand. Game 1, of course, did cut corners going into BCs. Game 2 went for a more economic build. But once again, I will say that both in Game 1 and Game 2, Captain Fish has not really been scouting too much. Hasn't really been checking what's going on. Hasn't really been confirming the aggression until the last second. And I mean, Captain Fish still got away with it in that last game, but it was still a very dicey situation. This is where I'm hoping that we see a little bit more persistence when it comes to the Reaper, when it comes to scouting. We do have a Reaper cliff coming into the... Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah. We do have a Reaper cliff coming into the main, so there is a greater chance for Captain Fish to scout what's going on, to slip into the bases, to sacrifice the Reaper, and to try to get a read on what's happening. Unlike Torches. CV Scout does move out. Does move out across the map. And likewise, so far, everything's still looking standard. The SCV does confirm. Here comes the Reaper. So just like the last game, it is going to be a Reaper opener here by Captain Fish. Does open Reaper. Behind this, Hatsu is just going hatch gas pool into a third, droning on up. Behind this, should be working towards Ling speed. But we'll keep an eye on any kind of early roach play. As the Reaper is forced back. Speed is on the way, and Hatsu is staying in gas. So once again, this does look like the same build. Hatsu staying in gas. Typically, you'd pull out of gas if you were going into Ling Bane. So the early gas income is intentional, and it should be for early roaches once again. Now again, the rush distance by ground on Persephone is quite short. You can be very aggressive on this map. Unlike the previous map, again, there's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into natural, so the natural base is more exposed. To see once again Captain Fish going for a third CC before starport, and I assumed it was going to be a roach one, but no, the gases are for a Bane bust. Okay. Different form of aggression. Bane busting can be difficult. What's difficult about Bane busting here on Persephone or against a standard Terran player is the Hellion count. Hellions, they completely shut down Ling Bane, or they can shut down Ling Bane if the reaction is there, if the kiting is there, if the control is there. Then there is a chance that Captain Fish can shut down the aggression of Hatsu. We'll see if the Bailings are able to morph in undetected and waddle in undetected as well. So Truma does fall. Truma does fall. Gas mining underway. Now, I assume that this was for a Bane bust, but it is going to be an early Bane nest into an early lair. That was a 410 lair timing here, or 415-ish lair timing. So this is an early lair. From here, the plan might just be to go for Baneling speed, I suppose. But this is a more odd build. It's a more unique build. So far, I would say it's a little bit inefficient, just because the Baneling nest doesn't really serve a purpose. Doesn't serve much of a purpose here. It technically keeps Hatsu safe against like a Hellbat all-in or a Hellbat push, if there were one. Behind this Captain Fish going to a 3-1-1 setup. Viking into Liberator. Building up into the mid game, a double Evo chamber on the way. Aliens, they can go for a dive into natural. Can go for the dive. So far they trade well. Yep, they head in towards that base. They break through the lings, and the mineral line is exposed. Drone's going to be going down. 5 worker kills, and this might just be too much damage here. Yeah, this might just be game ending. Drones are getting roasted. They line up. 11 drones. 11 drones go down. Gets into the main. Scouts the Baneling nest. More workers going to be falling. As they once again do line up. 22 kills. And that is game ending damage. Ay, ay, ay. 22 workers do go down. Again, the Hellions, unfortunately, there was just no answer. There were no lings, and there was no full wall here at the natural either. So Captain Fish did punish. And from here, Captain Fish is getting a 3rd base, building up a bio army. That's a rough position for Hatsu. And we're taking up. So fast lair into what looks to be a fast hive. But after sustaining that much damage, it's going to be so difficult to recover. So difficult. But again, you have to make a decision at this point. It's either, after taking all that damage, go for it all in, or try to be hyper greedy and drone up and recover. Hatsu made her choice. It is to try to drone and recover, but it's, again, not going to be an easy thing to accomplish. So we go 4th CC's on the way. Captain Fish moving out, and I'll be honest, this move out might just end the game. So because of the 22 drone kills earlier, and we did say that was game-ending damage, that does mean that Hatsu's had to and been forced to re-drone and resaturate, which means the army isn't there. There is no army. There's Baneling speed, yes, there's 2 Banelings on the way, but the reality is that we can stim and we can win. No. Marines, they do push forward. Wait, sorry, no stim? This is very late. Okay, never mind. Captain Fish did forget stim, so that's going to be a very late stim timing here for the Terran. And that will allow Hatsu to hold on. Okay, let's go. Again, stim is going to finish at what? 8.5 minutes? Jesus. Stim is delayed. Hive is soon to complete. This is still Hatsu being very greedy, rushing into ultras. Yeah, and this move out, this push is going to hit with stim with 1-1. And the goal for Captain Fish is to break Hatsu before ultras really factor in. Ultra cameras on the way. Captain Fish team going forward. Oh! Leading Bane off of Creep. It should not connect. Does catch a tank, but where the Banelings, only 1 and 2 Banelings left. They both get targeted down. Oof. Lings, they will still clean up though. Not bad. Okay, Hatsu holding on. Beats up the Marines. Takes down the tank. Alas, DPS output here is too high, and the tank is going to go down despite the healing pad. And the Ultra Cavern, it's going to finish. Hatsu holding on. The Bailings are a little bit too late, unfortunately, though. Forced to cancel. And Captain Fish is still so close to breaking Hatsu. So close. First Ultra's on the way. Kindness plating. +2 melee. Oh! Once again, nice target right there from Captain Fish. Does target down 2 more Bailings. And again, the Ultras need support. They're going to be on their own. 1, 2 queens go down, getting a 3rd queen, getting a 4th. Ay. Catching up 4, 5 queens, 6 queens go down, 7 queens, and 8. And the Ultra may pop, but at this point, even pure Marine can deal with the Ultra. Oh, Tank Tail's on siege. Okay, never mind. Here the Ultra down to half HP. And the Ultra does fall. Again, the upgrades just aren't there for the Ultra, so the Ultra is just... yeah, it's very fragile. It's very fragile without kindness plating, as it was not done, and Captain Fish has broken the 3rd base. Cleans up the Lings. Again, took down 22 workers earlier, and it was just a rough road to recovery there for Hatsu after losing all those workers, all those drones. Did survive into Ultras, which is impressive, by the way. Very impressive. Got to Ultra Tech. But the economy just isn't there. There's 1 drone at the 4th base. There's no workers here at the 3rd. I should say 1 drone at the 3rd. Drop into the main. And the tech is being called out. Hatsu, it does save the drones, actually. Didn't notice. Workers did get away. Let's go. As they make their way home, or at least they're trying to. Come back, Pappy, come back. They're making it. Transfer to the 4th. Oof, Ultra gets started. And again, even, I mean, kindness plating was, well, did complete, actually, did complete. Well, the Ultra Captain went down. And behind this, Captain Fish has just been producing, just making more Marines. Takes down the Bailings, and there it is. GG gets called. There's just nothing left here, and Captain Fish will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Impressive play here by Captain Fish, able to survive the aggression of Hatsu. Again, I do feel like game 2, we could have seen a little bit more assertiveness out of our Zerg player to actually break through, but there was a little bit too much sensitivity there. Did pull away, did allow Captain Fish to recover, to build up, and to overwhelm. Game 3 was a little bit more odd, I will say, when it came to the build of choice, going into the fast Baneling Nest, which again didn't really come to fruition, then rushing to fast Layer, to fast Ultras, crazy build. Unfortunately, in doing so, was cutting a lot of Lings, and alas, wasn't quite able to stop the Hellion run by. The Hellion run by got 22 drone kills. That was game-winning damage. GG, well played. That Hellion run by was brutal, and with that, Captain Fish does advance on into the next round. And let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Let us catch up. Whew, okay, from the top, we have some updates here. We have Mocha. Mocha takes on Dave Little 2-0 up against Geralt in the next round. Likewise, Quantel up against Azura in a PvP. Oh, welcome back to Quantel. Quantel, he comes back sporadically every now and then. I appreciate that he has made his return, the Indonesian Protoss player. Meanwhile, Captain Fish has advanced on over Hatsu 2-1 to face up against Eva in the next round. And we have LunaSea versus Hacker is top, just below them, in a PV random. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have YoungYakov up against the winner of Blue Knights and Tyr. We have Rebellion taking down Mini Zerg 2-0. We have Nicoract up against Bombardiro, a player I'm not too familiar with, but they're up against each other in the first round as well, or in the round 16. And we have Sebestes. Sebestes takes down Prome 2-0, waiting for the winner of Nicoract and Bombardiro. Let's go. let us go. They are facing off. For the time being, though, we are going to be following Captain Fish into the next round, into his next series against against what should be a Zerg player, but we all know that Eba does enjoy playing random. Eba also, he likes playing his main race, which is Protoss, and even further enjoys playing Terran whenever he can as well. So, este Eba. But that is going to be a next series. It's going to be a next series here. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have that next matchup. Whether Eva plays Terran, Zerg, Protoss, or random, yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. So we'll find out. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon after the video. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 92. Welcome back to the round of 16 as we are jumping into our fresh best of 3. And if you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the German Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Captain Fish. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes as well. Playing random and rolling and landing on Zerg, it is Eva. Here we go. And also, big shout to Sando in the chat. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 54 months. That's a lot of months, Papi. It's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for subscribing. We appreciate it. We do appreciate it here as we are settling into our game, as we're settling into our ZVT. Let's go. And let's go. And again, once again, we're loading into Last Fantasy, one of the more viewed maps in the Apple. Despite that, we are featuring quite a bit tonight. So far, once in each series, and we'll see if that trend continues. Likewise, did take note that Nicoract and Shameless to begin their own series as well. I believe they're also playing on Last Fantasy. Crazy, Pappy, crazy. Aye. Until then, we are settling in. Standard opener out of Eba, Hatch Gas Pool. Likewise, Captain Fish. Last time we saw him on this map, he did go for a BC based opener, but here going for the SV Scout, and this time is not skipping the Reaper. Here we go. Random, how dishonorable. Eba did let Captain Fish know what race he landed on, so he knows. SV Scout comes in. Captain Fish confirms location of Eba. Eba did go top left with that Overlord, and we'll confirm that Captain Fish is not in the top base. Not quite. Reaper's moving out. SCV's on patrol, hoping to delay the expansion. And we'll see if Captain Fish can delay. So far, does head on over, does miss the drone. Hatchery's being taken, and so far Eba looking solid. So far Eba is holding his own. Do have the third CC on the way. That's going to be a third CC before starport, so economic build here by Captain Fish. Oh! And is playing economically. They're looking as it should. Likewise, Eba also building up. Does pull out of gas, so standard follow-up here. We're not going into early gas, into early Roachhorn, or early Baneliness, or early there. So standard setup here from Eba. Just building up, just saturating. Now, when it comes to Last Fantasy here, we did speak earlier how this can be a very turtley map. That is true. But based on the opener, I don't think that Captain Fish is going to go into mech here. It looks like standard play into bio, most likely so far. So I don't think we're going to really be in a position where we do decide to try to slow the game down. Likewise, we do expand towards each other. Eba expanding towards Captain Fish, so it can be a little more assertive with that creep. Hellions poke in. And no Banshee. Once again, Viking into Liberator, into faster stim. Or at least should be faster stim. So here we go. Hellions, they move out. They do threaten a dive. And Eba does have a safety amount of lings. Queens are keeping up at each ramp. So far, so good. Hellions, they threaten a dive. One Hellion gets around it. Two Hellions even. Two Hellions go down. Better catch here from the Zerg. Ling does slip in. Gets a full scout as well. Gets eyes on the Raxes. Gets eyes on the Bio. So no mech behind this. Eba is aware. Going into Ling Bane. Layers in production. Building up. Oh. Likewise, Captain Fish still trying to be active. Did lose some Hellions earlier, but is at least able to deny some of the creep. Poking in. Once again, bleeding out more Hellions though. As he begins map control, a big shout out to Phaser in the chat. Phaser213. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Oh, thank you so much for the support, Pappy. Thank you for 19 months. That's a lot of months. That's a lot of months of support. So thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you. Always do appreciate it. Again, it's thanks to the support that we get in the chat and the support that we get on Patreon that we're able to host this event as regularly as we do and grow the event as well. The Sparkling Tuna Cup, it's all funded by the people, for the people, so thank you so much for all the support. Oh god, Ebo, calm down! No shot. As Ebo does accidentally target his own queen and will kill his own queen, Jesus. Basically what happened there was he went to inject and did accidentally A-move on the queen instead of injecting. Eva, he's ruthless, Pappy. Oh no. Killing his own queens. Behind this, Captain Fish building up on 3 bases, getting into his own 5-rack setup. Stim is already done. Getting into combat shields. So that was Eba's inner Terran. Eba's playing a lot of Terran recently. No. The urge to kill the queen. Jesus. As Captain Fish is attempting to set up. Likewise, Eba getting comfortable, joining up on 4 bases, now getting a 5th, they're joining up to 75 workers. In towards Hive Tech. Again, nothing crazy, nothing wild. Eba playing standard. And Captain Fish just doesn't really have it, or just hasn't really done much to slow Eba down. Is a concern. Captain Fish moving out with a double drop. There's no Overlord quite in position to scout because of the Vikings. That has created a path. Going for the creep. And does trade well for himself, doesn't bleed out too many Marines. Pulls away. Hive is almost done. This should be Ling Bane into Ling Bane Ultra, into Viper Tech as well. So just rushing into Hive. Working towards Ultras. The downside of this kind of style is lack of anti-air, but we saw that Captain Fish didn't drop into the main. But again, there's no Spire, there's no Hydroden, there are limited Queens and limited Spores. So drop play can pop off. But Captain Fish is being more passive and more defensive. It's being more defensive instead. Which is allowing Eba to max. Like Eba, he's about to max out. And it's going to be a tough hold here for Captain Fish. Spalings roll in. They get 9 SCV kills. Captain Fish, he breaks out. And it's all or nothing here for Captain Fish. Like, he has no force CC behind this. Ling Bane does crash into the army. I think Captain Fish pushing on the creep, but he will lose everything. The Marines, the tanks, it's all going to go down. At the same time, attempted drop play, but last that also gets cleaned up. GG gets called, and Eba will take game number 1. GG. Eba, he will take a lead. Again, a solid game 1 there. Pretty standard as well. Just hatch gas pull into a 3rd base, into a 4th base, joining up to 86 workers, and maxing out on Ling Bane, heading into Hive Tech. Unfortunately, Captain Fish just wasn't really able to apply any pressure. If you remember, the Hellions were shut down, and the drop play was lackluster. The drop play got some creep tumors, but that's really all that he was able to get. Wasn't able to really apply much pressure, and Eba was just freely able to drone and then max out. Just really able to settle into his own game. Captain Fish, I'm sure, a little bit intimidated by Eba when it comes to trying to engage and trying to be aggressive. Understandable, understandable. For sure. And here we go. We're now getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. Here we go. Oh, it's oh, it's his favorite matchup. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the German Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Captain Fish. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Red Terran player from the land of the UK, the random player rolling and landing on Terran this time. It is Eba. Eba. So he has been playing a lot of Terran as of late, and with that, I'm sure is elated to get into a TBT of all things. We'll see how Captain Fish does adjust. As a reminder, Eba, he is playing random, and he did let Captain Fish know what race he landed on. By no means does he have any obligation to do so. Did just decide to, just to be nice. And already double gas opener out of Eba. Likewise, double gas opener out of Captain Fish as well. Both players going into faster factories. Both players going for, you could argue, a safer setup or even a more aggressive setup here with the delayed CCs. Here we go. Don't think Fish is a real captain. Nah, he's got his ship. We saw the BC. We saw the BC earlier. That counts. Oh no. As is that factory. Factory follow-up. As we're opening up a Marauder. Okay, that I was not expecting. Double gas opener into fast Marauder here. A bold move. This is designed to punish. If Eba were to be active and aggressive with Reaper Hellion, then the Marauders can try to catch the Hellions and focus them down. Same can be said with Cyclones. So a very costly start, but a cheeky one nonetheless. Can pay off. We'll see what Captain Fish can achieve with this. We'll see what he can catch. Can he catch the Tuna? Oh. Can he catch the Eba as Reaper scouts? Yeah, Reaper scouts and does confirm. Gets eyes on the Marauder, gets eyes on the researching tech lab. Alas, Concussive Shell is not ready and the Reaper does get away. And this lets Eba know to calm down with his army. He knows to calm down. There we go. Bunkers on the way. He's going to take a more defensive stance. We have a Cyclone production with Macfill accelerators behind this. One base all in. Okay. No expansion. Just really committed here, going into Concussive Shell, into Macfill accelerators, into Cyclones, into Marauders, rallying across the map. It is going to be that one base all in. And again, Eba responding well here already with the bunker. He's matching up Reaper Hellion alongside that bunker. It's going to be difficult to break, as Captain Fish does rally. He does not pull the boys, but is still very committed and I would say all in. SCV moves down to low ground. Looks like Captain Fish here intends to expand, but this is a late expansion here for the Blue Terran. He has to make this worth it. Again, Eba's base is already done. It's already complete. Hellions, they bypass the army. Local on the bunker. Bunker is going to be targeted down. You are Hellions, they get across the map, but there's a Cyclone at home. CC is going to be delayed. Delays the command center. Meanwhile, the SCVs, they defend back at home. Bunker does survive. And Eba's holding. Eba just says hold on for those tanks, as the first tank has arrived. Behind this, he's playing mech. I mean, we did mention earlier that he does enjoy playing mech, but I haven't seen him play mech against against too much Terran before. But yeah, he is going for the second factory. CC on the high ground. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I've ever casted Captain Fish in a TVT, so wasn't sure what to expect. Meanwhile, does try to commit in, going for the tank. Water Tower gets thrown down, and the punish is real. Oh my god, he gets the tank, but for a massive cost. A brutal trade. That was 5 Marauders. That was 2 Cyclones for 1 tank. Ay, ay, ay. Not worth it for Captain Fish. Reapers, a breakout. And back at him, Captain Fish, he's vulnerable. He has the 1 Cyclone. Let's go. Oh no, yeah, he moves out of position. Reapers, they get into the mineral line, and SUVs are going to be going down. Getting 1 so far. He gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Can he get 4? Slips into the main. Slips into the main base. He does get eyes on the triple factory production. Or at least on one of them. Even forcing friendly fire. Nice on siege there from Captain Fish. It's on siege. And with that Eva, again, he was able to have a better trade with his tank. He was able to likewise cripple the economy here, getting 5 SCV kills. Bearing in mind that Captain Fish, he was already 1 base all in. He was already crippled economically. He's only got 24 SCVs, so he's in a rough position here. Now, considering the game state and the economic game state especially, mech is a way to recover, right? Mech is a more efficient composition, so you can make up having a worse economy. That is true, but being this far behind, it's... I mean, mech can be good, but is it that good? He's down 20 workers. And he does have an extra mule, thanks to the orbital, but Eva's not too far behind. His own 30C is almost done. You know, Eva embracing Stim, going into Bio. So Bio tank here from Eva. Eva will have the more mobile army. You know, Captain Fish, he does fan out those Cyclones. Does rotate on the right hand side. Eva pushing right down mid. Eva claiming his base. Nice disable. Tank goes down. Back into Wizard to defend. There's 1 tank left. 1 tank, 1 Cyclone. Oh, just down to the tank. At the same time, Cyclones, they do get across over. They're going for the CC. And they might be able to get it. We get the mass repair. Eva pushing forward. There's the Sable. And the Vikings, they should be landing. Oh, as they choose not to. Yeah, there we go, a bit of a later land. A tank goes down. Cyclones across the map. They take down the mineral line. 24 SCV kills, but at the same time, Captain Fish also losing his mineral line as well. Once again, nice lock-ons, but down to 2 Cyclones remaining. Down to 1. 1 Cyclone left. GG gets called as Captain Fish is broken, and Eva will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. An interesting build here out of Captain Fish, going for the essentially 1 base all in, rushing into Concussive Shell, rushing into Macful Accelerators, and we can definitely see that having success and doing well. Unfortunately, if you remember, Eva scouted. Eva, he scouted with his Reaper, he saw the Tech Lab, he saw the Marauders, so instantly he threw down the bunker. And with the help of that bunker, he held. He was able to shut down the aggression, able to shut down the early tech, and of course, overwhelm from there. GG. GG well played. So solid scouting there by Eva, solid response. Alongside that, unfortunately, Captain Fish couldn't quite recover from having such a late expansion and such a committed start to the game. In the end, GG. GG, well played, yo. Shout out to Captain Fish and shout out to Captain Fish for the raid. Hope you had a great stream ladder session before the tournament. I hope you had a great time with your games as well. Played well for yourself, Pappy. Did play well. Bringing down Hatsu earlier and also having a series here against Eva. Again, Eva is a pro player, so it's difficult for anyone to go up against a player of the caliber of Eva. So GG, well done, well played. Had some fun games, Pappy, fun games. With that, Eva does advance on to the next round. And do we get into random versus random? Oh no. Oh no. God. I'm asking Eva here. I was like, yo, you playing Terran against Hacker is top? He's like, God no. you're an animal, man. You're an animal. Oh god. As it's catch up with the bracket here, exclamation mark B if you want to see and catch up on the bracket yourselves. We have updates. We have updates coming in now. Unfortunately, Geralt was slated here, was the #1 seed of the tournament. Actually, Geralt, he was #1 seed, but Geralt, he was unavailable. There were some connectivity issues. He was having some issues with his internet, with his latency. So Geralt, he did forfeit his slot, and that did actually go to Shameless. So Shameless steps into the ring instead. Shameless takes down Mocha 2-0. Shameless up against Azura in the quarterfinals. Azura takes down Quantel 2-1. So we have non-stop PvPs coming in towards the upper half of the bracket. We have Eva taking down Captain Fish up against Hacker is Top in the next round. For those who do not know, Hacker is Top is a Ukrainian random player. Is random and is very cheesy. Hacker is top. Hacker is top. He is insanely cheesy. He does nothing but all-ins. Nothing but all-ins. Nothing but specialized. Nothing but specialized builds. So he can be a very tricky player to play against. Very tricky. So again, I mean, he can take down anyone out there. So best of luck to Eva going up against Hacker is top. Scrolling down, we have YoungYakov. YoungYakov takes down Tier 2-0. Tier does fall. YoungYakov up against Rebellion in the next round. And we have Nicoract with a quick and swift 2-0 over Sebestus. GG, well played. Nicoract, he's waiting in the lower match, in the lower semifinals for the winner of YoungYakov and Rebellion. Now, of course, we are in Eva versus Hacker is top. Depending on which lower semifinals is ready first, we'll be jumping into it. Whether it's lower semis or upper semis, we'll get there. We will get there. Until then, we are just getting things ready. Getting things ready, setting things up. Looks like vetoes are underway. And we will soon get into our quarterfinals. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, we have our lobby. We have our game. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone. And what are our races here? Oh, no. Okay, we're good, we're good. As we are going to be jumping in to our fresh series here. It is going to be Hackersoft versus Eva. It is going to be Random versus Zerg. Okay, we have confirmation. Eva is not playing Random, is not playing Protoss. He is playing his off race, his Zerg race. Cap. Is playing Zerg. Getting into our fresh series here and spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, or I should say Ukrainian random player, rolling and landing on Protoss for her Kago T team. It is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. No playing Random, playing Zerg this time. Here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat with your predictions, with your Gamba. As coming into this, I do favor Eva, but as I mentioned before, Hackersoft is a very cheesy player, and you're never safe. you're never safe against Hackersoft. He's an animal. He's crazy, he's aggressive, and at any moment he can come at you with a crazy kind of all-in. The crazy all-in. So always on edge as we go next. Speaking of crazy all-in, Nexus first. Before Gateway, before anything, just pile on straight into Nexus. This is insanely greedy. Eba is going hatch at gas pool, standard opener out of Eba. What Hackersoft is doing here is illegal, by the way, but he is gonna get away with it. This is illegal. If you're out there, if you're a Protoss player, and if you're like looking, you're like, yo, Nexus first? I can do that. No. That's it. It's not very safe at all. It can be punished quite hard, But yeah, Hacker's Top, he commits. Now, the downside of this kind of style, and going for this, one, it does mean he gets a faster Nexus and better saturation, a better economy, that is true, but it also means that his gateway is late, his cyber core is late, it also means that he's going to have delayed aggression and harassment when it comes to Adept Harass. Jesus, what is happening? He goes Nexus first gateway into a third base before the cyber core. Eva, you have to punish this. You cannot let this happen. No, Eva, the Overlord goes in, and the Overlord sees the gateway still being built, so he sees it was already a Nexus first, but he saw the second gateway, and will he check? Does he check the third? No, he's not checking. Ay. He doesn't go all the way. So Nexus first into what looks to be a 2-gate opener, a 2-gate follow-up, I should emphasize, but Eva, he's not fully aware of just exactly how greedy Hacker's Top is being. No. I mean, the third Nexus is almost done. And Eva's is just not beginning his third hatchery. Like, that's how insane this is. And Eva's droning, of course he is. He's droning. He's saturating. He's moving in for a Link Scout. The Links, they get here before the Zelda is done because the gateway was so late. And Eva, he will not get in. He doesn't quite get in. He nibbles away at the wall. Eva gets zoned towards the right-hand side. And does he check the low ground? No, he doesn't check. No. Eva. I mean, why would you is the thing, right? Like, there's no reason to check because this should not be here. There should not be an expansion. So why check? I mean, true. Oh, God. Eva pulls away. Back at home, he's just droning, saturating, getting into a standard game state, and Hacker's Top, he is getting away with this. He is getting away with a greater economy. Again, the downside of this is that he has no way to really harass and no way to really threaten his opponent. Remember, because of the fast Nexus, it also means late tech, where it would have been a Stargate, Robo, or Twilight Council. This is going to be delayed. As we do open up Twilight Council, interesting. Now, behind this, only 2 gases. Only 2 gases so far. If we stay on a low gas count, oh no, never mind. I was gonna say if we stay on a low gas count, we could just go into like a charge all in, but with 2 more gases being taken, this could be Glaive Adepts, this could be Charge or Archon. Forge on the way, not gonna be Glaives. Okay, this should not be Glaives, but with a boosted mineral income here with the third base, I'm leaning towards going into something like Charge and like Archons. Meanwhile, the Overlord does see the worker mining at the third. Extra gateway on the way. Eva, he's checking. Yeah, he does check for the third base. He's like, hold up. I was like, what's going on? Sends out a couple Lings, and there is one Adept out in the open. Oh, go for the probes. Gets one. Gets 1 worker so far. Oh, gets 2. Takes down 2 workers. That's okay damage here for Eva, but now he knows. Now he realizes it sets in. Like, hold up, the base is already saturated. It's already up and running. What is going on? Eva takes all of his gases. We should be seeing a 4th expansion soon. Hacker's Top has the greater economy. Hacker's Top bleeds out 4 probes, but still is up in workers. Like that's what's crazy about this kind of situation. But this is nice damage though. Like, it's really important that Eva does pick off a couple workers here and there. It's very important that he's able to slow down the economy in some way, even if only a little. Behind this, as I mentioned, yep, Charge into Mortal Production, into Archon and Storm on the way. And this is gonna hit like a truck because of the boosted economy. Like, this is gonna hit very hard. Eva, meanwhile, going into Mutas. Okay, risky play. I mean, I feel like you have to take a risk in this kind of game state, regardless. So, quite risky here. Now, there is a window. There is a window in time here where Eva is vulnerable. Where if Hacker's Top, if he pushes right with Storm and +1, if he hits this really crisp timing, warps in extra zealots and commits with a prism across the map, he can try to kill Eva before or as Mutas are popping out. But I don't see, I mean, the gateways, they just began. Yeah, gateways are still on the way. There's no warp prism yet either, so Hacker's Top, he's still a ways away before he pushes, which means Eva should get away with the Spire. The Spire should complete and Mutas should be able to pop. It's gonna be close though. Here comes that push. Here comes that prism, and the Spire is finishing. So the attack is going to happen as the Spire completes and as the first wave of mutas are in production, assuming that he makes any mutas. Eba, upon seeing this, he might just focus on Roach Ravager production instead, which would be safer. Spire is done. Roach Ravager's amassing. Okay, Eba's playing safe. He's playing safe. He's massing up his Roach Ravager army. Again, if Eba made mutas, he could just die. He could just die here and now, because it would eat into his own Roach Ravager army. There we go, 5 mutas on the way. And where is that Prism? Prism's with the main army. This is a later push from Hacker's top. Here extends. Zealots are a little bit too far ahead. Zealots, they get cleaned up. A better start here for Eba. Shuts down the Zealots. And Eba, he has gone away with it. Okay, so Eba, he's on a 3-base economy. Mutas are on the way. He's built up his Roach Ravager. He's safe. Eba is safe. Mutas, they move out. Hacker Stop didn't miss that window, didn't miss that timing. Now trying to move in, but at this point I feel like it's too late. That is a little storm. You know, mutas, they do get into the mineral line. It's going to be 6 High Templar. Again, we'll see how good the storms are going to be. So far, Storm of the Banelings, nicely done. Shuts down most of the Banelings. More Banelings will be waddling in. Oh, massive connections! They take down most of the High Temple, but there's still 3 High Templar left. Storms are connecting. Warbin on top of the army. How about Eva? He does break through. He gets on top of the army here, takes down the High Templar. The Immortals will get a full surround. And Hackerstop, he will lose everything. GG gets called. Eva will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Eba. He will take a lead in the series. It does feel like Hacker's Top, he got away with a really nasty opener, being hyper greedy, but he didn't really hit a crisp timing with it. If you remember, he was building up his army, and then he expanded. Then he got a 4th base, he threw down extra gateways, he kept probing. He didn't really hit that timing that we mentioned. To be fair, he didn't know that there was a Spire on the way. He didn't know that he was on a timer, but he wasn't quite able to achieve much. And as time went on, then Eba was able to stabilize, able to even take a lead, army supply wise I should say, with his Roach Ravager, able to take that lead, get across out of the mutas, and of course force Hacker's Top to commit in. Did force him to commit in, and by then, I mean, it was too late. Eba, he already had a comparable if not greater army of Roach Ravager. So GG well played. With that, Eba does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Of course, Hacker's Top is still random, and we'll see if Eba does mix it up himself as well. Meanwhile, when it comes to the other updates here on the brackets, so far it looks like we don't have any yet. Nicoract is still waiting for his opponent, still waiting for the winner of YoungYakov and Rebellion. Likewise, Azura and Shameless are also still ongoing as well. Still ongoing. As a reminder, we are going to be casting the Anonymous Cup. That is going to be in 2.5 hours. So ideally, we do wrap this up just in time for Anonymous Cup, and then we go straight into that, and then we wrap that up just in time for the RSL qualifiers. I should also message Kashim actually about that. Should let him know. Go. Hacker, so he's saying that Eba, he's afraid of random versus random. True. I mean, he might switch. We'll see. When are you gonna sleep? No, we don't sleep, Pat. We don't sleep. What do you mean? We have Sparkling Tuna Cup that leads us into Anonymous Cup is in 2.5 hours, and then 3 hours after Anonymous Cup we have RSL qualifiers. So today it's back to back to back. 3 tournaments, 3 casts in a row. It's going to be a little bit awkward because we will have to turn the stream off after this to add a delay. We do require a stream delay for Anonymous Cup. That is going to make things a little bit awkward. But outside that, here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the random Ukrainian player. The player from Ukraine. He is random. He does land and roll on Protoss. It is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eba. That's like 12 hours. Oh, we've had 16-hour casts before. I think our peak is 17. I think we've done 17 hours in the past. I don't think we've done 18 hours yet. One day, baby, one day. 18-hour cast. Oh no. Usually the long casting days like that are like EPT days, DreamHack, Home Story Cup, like those big full day events. That's usually what gets us. We'll be fine, Pappy, we'll be fine. So if we don't, who will? Who will, Pat? True. We got to be there for the cast. For now, gate expands. This time, a standard opener. Last game, it was Nexus first, or it was Pylon into Nexus. Here, it's going to be Gate Nexus, standard opener out of Hacker's Top. We're not being crazy this time. Not yet. Going for a Cyber Core, no fast third. Oh, the wall is a little bit jank when it comes to the placement of the Cyber Core. A little bit further back. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When I wake up, Light is casting. When I go to bed, she's still casting. Oh no. The perpetual casting. You know what I will say though? And I'm gonna say this with confidence. Insane. True. Oh, they're bonding, Pappy, they're bonding. I will say, I believe June is gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit leaner. It's gonna be a little bit leaner for us. Let's go. Copium. Where there are gonna be some weeks, I think, where we have like 1 cast a day. 1 cast a day. Like June, we're finally gonna have like some time to breathe. After 6 months. We'll get there in June. We'll get there. I'm looking at our current calendar in June, and I can see like a full week where we have only 1 cast a day. It's crazy. We'll get there. We'll get there. The lean month, the promised land. He's jinxing it. Oh no. So far though, my apologies, as we do settle into our game, it is going to be standard open initially into Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, this time no Forge. No Forge, so Glaive Adepts here, a committed aggressive build here from Hacker is Top on 2 bases. Meanwhile, back at home, Eba, Hatch Gas Pool going for a safety, very early Roach Warren actually. Jesus, this is what, a 3-minute Roach Warren? So very safe play here out of Eba. Eba pokes in, he does confirm the Twilight Council, he does confirm the gateways. How many gates in total? 5. 5 gates set up here. Did I say 5? 6 gateways. Oh my god. So 6 gate Glaive Adepts out of Hacker is Top. Hyper committed, hyper aggressive here. Borderline 2 base all in from our Protoss. Usually 4 gate Glaives leads into an expansion. This is 6 gate Glaives. So Hacker is Top is going to double down. Meanwhile, Eba back at home. Settling in. Again, he's got the early Roach Warren, so Roach production has begun. No lair, just Roaches. Roaches on 2 gases. Eva's building up. Adepts are moving out. Remember, hacker stop, he has to get damage done. Touch grass. There's grass. Look. Ah, look at all the grass. But we have to cast. What do you mean? There's no time to touch grass. We have to touch StarCraft. Yes, I look forward to June. June is going to be nice. June means I get to sleep 8 hours and just spend all day editing VODs. Let's go. Let's go. And actually, you know what June means? June means I can actually just stream and ladder. I can finally have some ladder streams. Be crazy. In June, we can finally play some StarCraft. That's now adepts that have been building up. Now again, remember, no third base. There's no third base with this. It was 6 gateways, and we are pushing out with immortals, not just adepts. There is a third base behind the army, but this is a very late third base. This is still insanely committed by Hacker's Top, and this has to trade well. This has to get damage done. As Hacker's Top, he moves out. So with how many adepts? He's got 14, soon to be 16 adepts, sentries, force fields, 2 immortals, and Eva back at home. Oh, let's go his Roach Ravager. Eva, for the most part, he's ready for this. Comes down to the execution, comes down to the Biles, and he catches the Prism. Step up Biles on the force fields. Does knock him down. Yeah, force fields, they do tie up most of those roaches. So much supply not doing anything here. Yeah, better fight initially for Hacker's Top, but he's running out of force fields. Army dives in, Biles on the Prism. Oof. Prism takes a lot of hits. And Eva defends. Eva defends. Eva shuts us down. The Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. There is no escape. One Immortal tries to waddle away. But Eva has done it. Shuts down the main army. And there is nothing to defend this third base. Again, this is basically a 2-base all-in. The third base is coping, Pappy. He's coping. And look, I'm macroing. Oh, no. There is no macro. There's nothing left here for Hacker's Top. The Immortal gets surrounded. And Eva is snowballing out of control. He's snowballing out of control. Behind us on lower drone counts, we do have a Dark Shrine on the way for Hacker's Top. Again, getting a little bit desperate. I mean, that would be a way to hold and to survive. I'll say shut down the force fields. Shut down the force fields. The Immortals are going to be able to hold their own. But there's still just a sea of roaches here. Stutter stepping in. Catching out the Adepts. Going for the final Immortal, even going for the Artosis Pilot. Oh, God. The Artosis Pilot goes down. With that, Gateways being depowered. GG, good luck in the next round. And Eva, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played, Eva. He does claim the series, does advance on. My condolences to Hacker's Top. He did have some very interesting builds here. We had an all-in in game 2, which is more standard, but we had Hyper Greed in game 1, going for the Nexus first into a third Nexus before the Cybercore. It was a crazy build that he went for, and he got away with it. But it did feel like he was a little bit indecisive, or he just wasn't as assertive in the aftermath, where he was instead building up and then go to fourth. Then he got to fourth base, and he committed into making more workers, and he got more gateways, and he didn't really hit any kind of crisp timing. It allowed Eva to recover, to bounce back. GG. GG well played in the end. Congratulations here, Eva. He will advance on. Shout out to Hacker's Top for making it this far in the tournament, and we now have the lower semifinals ready for us. Let's go. Lower semis are ready. And it looks like it's going to be a ZVT between Nicoract and YoungYakov. we go. We are getting into our next series, into our next match. Sorry, just setting up our players, and I'm sure vetoes are underway. Oh boy, as we switch our teams over and catch up on the brackets. From the bottom here, we have, of course, Nicoract. Nicoract took down Sebestis 2-0. Big win there for Nicoract. Meanwhile, YoungYakov also takes down Rebellion 2-0 as well. With that, we have a ZBT YoungYakov versus Nicoract. Likewise, Eba still waiting for his opponent, still waiting for either Shameless or Azura. Is going to be a Protoss, but which Protoss? Yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. As they are still mid-series. For now, vetoes are underway. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have the semi-finals. We're nearing the end of the broadcast. We have the lower semis, then the upper semi-finals, then the grand finals thereafter. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after this short break. Oh, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 92. Again, your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. There's a lot to get into. For now, though, we're jumping into our semi-finals and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Persephone. We have the blue Terran player. We have the Platinum Heroes player. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. It is YoungYakov. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our ZVT. Here we go. And something that I didn't actually get to mention coming into this was how European-centric and focused and dominant the bracket is. I mean, looking at the Koreans, we had Rebellion, we had LunaSea, we had Quantel from Indonesia, but very little Korean representation this time. And I didn't get to talk about it, didn't get to address it, but typically we have regulars like Byeon, like Solar, like Shin, like Nightmare, for example, but not this time, not this week. And a big reason for that is the GSL qualifiers. We are going to be going over the qualifiers later on in the week. We'll get there, don't you worry. But the GSL qualifiers are currently taking place as we speak. They're not being casted. They are never casted live. The last time they were live casted was like 9 years ago. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since we've had any kind of live coverage of GSL qualifiers, which is why we are going to be going over those replays throughout the course of the week. I believe we are scheduled to cast the replays on the 30th? No, sorry. On the 23rd, sorry, 23rd. So in a couple of days, at the end of the week, Friday, is when we are scheduled to cast the qualifiers. Actually, I think even before that. No, yeah, 23rd is when we do have some free time to cast those qualifiers. But that's why there's no Korean, or there's limited Korean representation here today. Just as a heads up, all the qualifiers. That does mean that it does give the opportunity for all these other players to thrive, to step in, and to show their mettle. For now, third CC or third Nexus is going to be delayed. Reaper is in position. Behind this, we see Nicoract trying to deny that initial Overlord Scouts, and Nicoract is typically very aggressive in this matchup, but here we go, third CC before Starport, going for a standard economic opener. So far, so standard from Nicoract. Reaper does poke in. We'll pull away. He's just being as annoying as possible, delaying that third base. Behind this, going for the add-on swap. The starport is a little bit further back, and we are going for the tech lab on the racks. Okay. So far, so good. There definitely are some cheeky builds that Nicoract is quite fond of when it comes to going into BCs and going into BC, like Hellion Rush across the map, or going into elongated 2-base all-ins, but here so far everything is looking as it should. Oh, no tech lab. Never mind. If you remember, he had queued up the tech lab, but he goes Marine first into a Viking. Okay, now we have the tech lab on the way. Behind this, YoungYakov does claim his third. Is still droning, still saturating, keeping up with the Hellion aggression, at least trying to. See in the chat. Oh no. Got a 6K player shaking. What could be better? No fear. The fear is the TBT, Pappy. Next time. Well, we'll host a TBT between Hackers Up and Eba. We'll get there. No. As Nicoract, he does rotate over. Looking for a way in. Behind this, not going for the add-on swap, it is going to be Viking into Liberator into Stim. Standard play here out of Nicoract. Okay. He's getting into his own standard opener. Following up with extra Raxes. Likewise, more Hellions do reinforce. And Nicoract, he's looking to go for a dive. Oh, doesn't quite commit. YoungYakov is in position. Lings, they get there in time, but the base is under fire. One more volley. Oof. And the base is going to be cancelled. Nice pick up here from Nicoract. Tries the expansion, pulls away. Keeping YoungYakov on 3 bases. Behind this, YoungYakov going into 1-1 upgrades, into Ling Bane. Again, everything looking standard so far from YoungYakov. Nicoract going for another run by. This time he does get in. And drones are getting roasted. 8, 9, 10 drone kills. Aye. Yeah, brutal damage. Yakov will clean this up. Did I say 10? 14. It's 15. Can we get 16? We can. We get even more than that. 17 drones go down. The entire mineral line does get roasted. Does crumble. Solid start for Nicoract. Behind this, of course, getting to his own stim is Bio Army. The Marine kind is lacking here, but YoungYakov, he is stuck at home. As he's just redroning, resaturating, getting into Ling Bane Hydra. Does need more time. And Nicoract is secure. At this point, he is secure. Forces back the army. As we are building up. Armory for 2-2 upgrades. YoungYakov double expanding, getting his 4th base, now getting a 5th as well. But lastly, lack of economy, lack of droning here is concerning. As YoungYakov is still trying to recover. Still in the least 64 drones. Main threatening a dive. Oh! Launcher going up. Not only main. Yakov is holding on. He's holding on, he is defending. Nicoract, he rotates over. It's being active, he does rotate. Nicoract, he stims in, we'll find an expansion, massive pickup. 5th base is going to go down. Mindshell's not baited. Oh! Yeah, not baited out. Nicoract, he picks up in time. Likewise, dropping into the main, just pulling Yakov apart here. 2 drone kills, but no major economic damage yet. Outside of the bases, of course. As the bases have been going down. The 4th and the 5th. Here we get some Viking landed harass. Yakov taking up into Hydra or into Hydrolurker Viper. Taking up into lurkers. Working towards the hive. And Yakov, he has retained his drone count at least. The drone count is still looking stable, but the bases, the production is still a big concern. Likewise, Nicoract does have the better economy. Does have the superior economy. Nicoract rotating over. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Another base goes. That's the 3rd expansion. It's a 2nd kill, but the 3rd denial. Ay, ay, ay. As Nicoract just being so active, so aggressive. Behind this, getting to a 4th expansion. And again, you can see the supply disparity here. Nicoract, he has a massive lead. All thanks to the drop play. Thanks to these drops. Likewise, stims in. Likewise, setting up mines. Up. Pushing on the right hand side. I can't quite engage into the lurkers. Lurkers have arrived, but he can't fight out of range. Cleans up the queen, the lings, pushing towards left hand side. Yakov is holding on. He's going to stabilize. He just needs a little bit more time with those lurkers. Needs a little bit more time, but no, another base is going to go down. Another expansion. The 4th base falls. Takes down the 4, stims into the main. Takes down 9 workers. Oof. And Nicoract is getting called out. Getting caught out, getting cleaned up. Another Nicoract falls. And Yakov, I mean, tech-wise, he's there, right? He's got a handful of lurkers. We have some Vipers that are now in the way. Composition-wise, he's, you know, in a better place, but the economy, the bases, the mining is not there. As he's still trying to recover. Nicoract pushing out once again. There we go, creep. And ghosts have arrived. The ghosts are here. Stims on in. 1 ghost goes down. Oh, get the lunge. I just do lunge forward. Oh, that's nice catch here. YoungYakov catching out 2 full Medivacs. Okay. Now, Yakov, I wasn't fully on board with his ability to recover here despite losing all these bases, but Yakov, he's holding on. He's holding on. Oh, I say that. We'll lose a lurker. But Yakov, he's been able to drone back up to 86. He's maxing out. Again, the lurkers did slow the game down. I mean, that's the purpose. That's the power of the lurkers. Slows the game down, does force the Terran player to back off, to tech up, get into a more slower ghost-based army. And Yakov is maxing out. Nicoract, despite that momentum that he had earlier, at this point has been stripped away. Oh, but he will find another expansion. Another base is going to go down. Yakov trying to rotate. Vipers have arrived. Takes down 1, takes down 2 tanks. Oof. And lurkers are going in for the... Oh no! Oh, the mid command. The other line count was brutal, and the bio army is going to be completely cleaned up. Yeah, massive catch from YoungYakov. Takes down the army at the same time, denies the CC. Oh, there goes. The ghost gets surrounded, and no show. YoungYakov in one swift move. He wins on the left, on the right, takes down a base, catches out. How many ghosts just went down? 9. 9 ghosts fell, 2 tanks as well. And suddenly, Nicoract, he plummets in supply. Some very rough fights. Yakov, he's doing it. Let's go. He's back in this. And lunging under, getting 1, 2, 3 Medivacs. Brutal snipes. And Yakov, he's here. I believe his Vipers are not with the main army, moving with mainly Ling Hydra. Does leave the lurkers back home. This is not the fight to take. Oh, but really just a distraction. Okay, never mind. It was a distraction. There we go. 12 SCV kills. Base denied. Suddenly a better fight for Yakov. Does take the better fight. Moving in. Another Medivac goes down, and Nicoract once again out of position. Lunkers, they move in. And they will take down the expansion. Planetary does fall. Planetary falls. And moving in once again, gets another tank. Oh. Takes down the tank, brutal spine shots, oh my god. On the bio army. And Yakov is remaxing with Lings. Lings are coming, they're moving out. He's remaxing, going for another expansion, another planetary. Oh my god, oh god, the spy balls are brutal. They clean the bio, GG gets called, and YoungYakov, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. A very impressive comeback here from YoungYakov, again, for him to be able to recover despite losing 4 bases. Expansions that were falling left and right, but YoungYakov, he had his eye on the prize the entire time. The win condition, the goal was to get and tech into lurkers and just slow the game down. And once he got into a handful of lurkers, he was able to stabilize on 3 bases, slowly get a 4th, a 5th base, slowly break out. Nicoract, he had to back off. Another thing that really helped, of course, was catching out those 2 full Medivacs. Nicoract, he did overextend. He bled out some full Medivacs. He lost a little momentum in the process, and then we saw some greater fights for YoungYakov to be able to surround Nicoract, pop off with those Vipers, with those spellcasters, and punish Nicoract for those mistakes. GG. GG, well played. YoungYakov takes the lead, and now we're jumping to game number 2. As we get into game 2, a big shout out to Werehug in the chat. Pappy God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. 8 months, Pappy. So many months. You're almost born. You're Esther Werehug. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. You enjoy the casting. Shout out to Werehog. Shout out. Big shout out. Good friend, man. Good friend. As we're settling into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran himself down in the series despite popping off and despite having a very explosive start to the game. Remember, he even killed 17 drones. He roasted up 17 workers. He was killing bases. He was popping off, but couldn't quite end the game. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Nicoract. Almost. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player himself leading the series 1-0 with a crazy comeback. It is YoungYakov. I say young, not so young anymore, just Yakov. Smooch. We're all getting old, Pappy, all getting old. Young adult Yakov, he's here. Retired Yakov. Boomer Yakov. Oh no. One day. He did rename himself to Old Yakov. That was I think at the start of the year. I think during the off season. During the off season he was Old Yakov. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. As he's gotten a little bit younger since then. A little bit. But now there, Racks Expand, standard opener here out of Nicoract. Likewise, Hatch Gas Pool out of YoungYakov. For now, we're going to be settling in, and of course, welcome one and all to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool, larger than Persephone, which was in Game 1. So a larger map can lead into longer game states. There are certain aspects, though, that can be taken advantage of course. That is the limited attack paths in the center of the map. It's a really unique feature where you have the Zonaga in the center, and you can take control of it from either side. But to try to catch an army in the center can be quite difficult. The choke point here is very narrow, very brutal. So the fights in the center can be a little bit awkward as a result. Likewise, Nicoract is in position to delay the expansion. SB goes down, and the base is taken. Base is taken. Boomer Yakov. Oh no. Behind the Nicoract going for a third TC before Starport. Standard economic opener. Is going for standard opener. Reaper does snipe the initial tumor. Nice pick off there by Nicoract. Very nice. Takes down the tumor. Behind this, again, going for that third CC. Starport is now on the way. There's that tech lab, but I believe this time there is no add-on swap. I mean, just like last game. Last game, it was Viking into Liberator. And looking at this, looking to be the same build once again. I say that. Do we go for the swap? Building's done. Yep, there we go. We're going for the add-on swap. Going into the Banshees. Okay. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the natural. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. Not bad. Getting up to 3, getting up to 4 SCV kills. Can we get 5? We can. 5 SCVs go down. A better start here for YoungYakov. Does nibble away at the economy. Nicoract still just building up those Hellions. Banshee production has begun. Investing into Cloak. Gonna be that much more committed. Yakov is saturating, going for the Baneliness before the lair, so safety Baneliness. Getting ready for the counterattack. Let's get ready. Hellions, they rotate around. Still looking for a way in. And this time unable to. Remember last game they were able to roast up and get 17 drone kills. This time they haven't got any. That is 8 Hellions. It's quite a lot. 8 Hellions have arrived. They're going for the dive. They're going into the natural. Lings are in position. And the Hellions, they are getting caught. Yeah, just barely. 3, 4 Hellions go down. There's 4 Hellions left. They make their way into the main. It's still going to be close. Oh my god. Still going to be close. Queens are keeping up. And Yakov defends. Yeah, this time he shuts him down. He does punish the dive. 8 Hellions for only 2 workers. Ay, ay, ay. That is not worth it for Nicoract. That's a far cry from the 17 drones he got in game 1. This time Yakov was ready. Fool me once. I'm not Shameless. True. Speaking of, I believe Shameless is still... actually, never mind. Shameless did wrap up his series. Shameless and Azura did wrap up. We'll get there. For now, though. Focusing on our initial match. Banshee's on the hatchery. Does force a cancel. Nicely done. Denies the 4th. But remember, Yakov, his 4th race was denied like 3 times last game. He likes it. He likes having his 4th base denied. As Lings, they counterattack. They get 1, they get 2 SCVs. Catch a goal of SCVs. Banshees are deflected. Nicoract still rotating. And the Banshees, they clear up a lot of creep here on the left-hand side. Creep is receding. Yakov, he's on top of respawning that creep though. Queens are rotating. And this extra racks are being thrown down. So far, just say 5 racks up. Standard setup here from Nicoract. But again, he has lost most of his map control. And Yakov has been able to run up to 73. Getting up to essentially 3.5 base saturation. Again, Queens are being active. Nicoract denying more creep, going for the expansion, and he will force a cancel. Is he done? Denies the 5th. 5th base is going to be delayed. And she's a run into the Queens. To run in. But for the most part, yeah, Yakov is on a stable economy. He can now focus on his Link Bane. Behind this, going into Link Bane Hydra, into Lurker Tech once again, as the Invitation's on the way, so he's taking up towards Lurkers. Until then, just sticking with Link Bane Hydra. Is being active. Has a comparable army. And Nicoract, he does not move out. He backs up. Stays home. Just moving out with drops. Just moving out. We see an attempted run by, but oh, Nicoract's in position. YoungYakov gets punished. Bailings, they get spotted as well by the scan. Oh, the borrowed Bailings. Let's go. Now the scan reveals more Banelings. Yakov trying to dive in. Tanks are on siege, and the tanks are going to go down. Massive pickup. Takes down all 3 tanks. Cleans up the first half of the army, but he can't keep pushing. Has to back up. Oh, the bait! Oh no, he scans. Ooh, thank God. Nicoract, he does scan ahead of time. I mean, he has noticed those board Banelings. No place is safe. Not these ramps. That is enough to deter Nicoract. He backs the hell off. Take his 4th. Yakov, meanwhile, the hive is done. We have Vipers on the way. Lurker Den as well. Getting into Lunkers. Yakov does overextend, bleeds out a lot of Hydras. As he bleeds out the Hydras, we see Lings, they do hit the planetary. Base is denied, and Nicoract, he races back home. He doesn't keep pushing. And the CC is going to be targeted down. Like Wrestling Bane catching out some of the tanks. CC does fall. And with that, YoungYakov is able to back off, buy enough time to rebuild and remax. To rebuild all those Lings, gathering energy with those Vipers. Say that. Nice harass. Catching out some of these Liberators. Or catching out some of these drones, I should say, with the Liberators. Okay, Queens are going down. Damage is being done. Nicoract, he still has a formidable army, but what he doesn't have is Ghosts. And here come the Vipers. And Mass Fighting Cloud on the tanks, on the fire. Shuts down the army, Powerbomb as well. And Nicoract, he's running out of steam. He does get 11 drone kills with those Liberators, that's true. But he needed more damage. Remember, he lost the 4th base, he lost the mineral line. He needed more. He's down on workers, down in economy. Nicoract, he rotates over. Let's rotate. Lings, they peel off for a massive run by. They will catch reinforcements. Likewise, the planetary is not done. More SCV is going to be going down. Nicoract just getting pulled apart. He's racing back home once again. Not like this. He races back. More SCV kills. And YoungYakov once again just buying time for more energy, more Vipers, and more importantly, more Lurkers. Oh god. That's going to be a 13 SCV kills. SCVs. YoungYakov moving out. Rotates over. Does hit the CC. Yakov may be overextending a little bit. It's nice Blinding Clouds though. Blinding Clouds are solid. Oof. Spine Volley's going up. Vital Assie's running out of energy, running out of Blinding Clouds. Yeah, Lurkers are cheap, but GG gets called. There are no Ghosts. There are no Ghosts, no Liberators. There's no answer for those Lurkers, and YoungYakov, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. Whew. GG. GG, well played, YoungYakov. He will claim the series. He will advance on. A very intense back and forth there. Again, Nicoract, he had definitely some strong moments in both Game 1 and Game 2 when it came to his drops, when it came to his counterattacks, when it came to his pushes. But unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to keep up when it came to the counterattacks of his opponents, and also wasn't able to break YoungYakov in Game 1 either. I'm referring to YoungYakov defending and stabilizing and getting into Lurker tech, where he was able to slow the game down despite taking so much damage. It was a crazy comeback there in game number 1. Game number 2 was a little bit more straightforward in the sense that we saw YoungYakov just able to, sure, he was losing bases, but able to pop off with their counterattacks and run-bys, catching out SCVs, catching out their Hellions, shutting them down early on. GG. GG, well played. With that, YoungYakov, he's going to be our first finalist, and we are getting ready with our upper semifinals. It's going to be a ZVP between Eva and Shameless. Let's go. We're getting into our next semifinals here. Our next best of 3. As again, they were patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. Another ancient Yakov match. True, true. Ancient Yakov. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. It is Eva. You have to elongate the I and the A, otherwise you're not saying his name properly. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player himself, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. He is quite shameless. Oh no. Let's go. And look at the spray, Pappy. Look, if you were here for the Anonymous Cup, like, I know exactly who Shameless was. In the Anonymous Cup, 100%. We're getting juiced up. We be juicing. If you're here last night, you know what I'm referring to. The only thing older than Timeless Yakov. Yes, yes, the only thing. But for now, we're settling into our game, we're settling into our series. It is going to be a Hatch Gas pool here by Eva, standard opener. Likewise, Gate Expand out of Shameless. Crazy, nothing well. Shameless will have to fight the urge. I mean, it's too late. He couldn't fight the urge. we already know who Shameless was. All right, Kira, I believe you weren't here. You weren't here for the Anonymous Cup yesterday, but during the Anonymous Cup, there was a Protoss player that could not fight the urge to throw down those sprays, and immediately, as soon as I saw the first spray, I was like, "Ah, we know who this is. we know who this is." But yes, there was a Protoss player that kept spraying like under their pylon and under their Nexus. Obviously, the spray wasn't a juice box because it was a new account, so the spray, that specific spray wasn't unlocked, but yeah. It was a tell, it was a tell. Hope all is good. Always, happy, always. All is good. But it's little things like that that you look out for the Anonymous Cup, to give you like a sign of who the player is. It's the little things. Of course, we'll be getting more into that later on this evening. For day 2 of the Anonymous Cup. Now there. Now that we have our Stargate opener out of Shameless. Stargate into Oracle. Standard opener out of our red Protoss. Again, we don't really expect him to deviate too much. As Solidep gets across the map, threatening the Shade, threatening Eba. Eba so far keeping up though. You have a Shameless now committing in. He's got his 2 adepts on the ground. He's got his 1 Oracle in the sky, but so far Eba is able to maintain himself. The base is taking a couple of hits, but for the most part Eba, he still has his drone count, building up his queens, and will eventually retake control of his 3rd. Now behind this, waiting for the follow-up, we have our 3rd base. Looks like we only stop at 2 Oracles, no 3rd Oracle, into a Forge, into a Twilight Council, into +1 and Blink. So standard follow-up out of Shameless. Again, Shameless, he isn't really one to be too cheesy or too hyper-aggressive. He's much more of a standard player amongst the Protosses out there. If you remember, we casted a best of 7 between Shameless and Wayne, and it was very intense, but it was basically Shameless playing standard every game, and it was Wayne just all-inning him, like game after game. Just like non-stop all-ins in that best of 7. And Shameless had mixed success when it comes to defending and surviving against said all-ins. Behind this, Eba just droning, taking his gases. Roachhorn's on the way, so safety Roachhorn here out of Eba. Not going into Ling Hydra. Eba does get into the mineral line, gets a probe. Gets a worker, gets one, gets two. Last from here, Eba does pull away. Now going into Hydras, +1 range is on the way, so he's going into Roach Hydra, or at least Ling Hydra. Emphasis on the Hydras. With +1 range, most likely Eba is either going to go for a 3-way soul in, or is going to take up into Lurkers. Upgrades are on the way. Eba still being active. Shameless breaks out with his main army. Blink is about to finish, but not done yet. Pushing in towards the third, towards the fourth even. It's a couple of volleys off. And going for the expansion, won't quite get it. Ling's forced to engage, but that's Eba, he's not ready for this. Yeah, more Lings are on the way. Hydra as well. Remember, he did get the safety Roach one, but he cancelled. Never mind. Yeah, Roach one was cancelled. Just straight up Ling Hydra, the base goes down. Massive pick off stasis as well. Shameless takes down the base, shuts down the Lings. From here, pulls away. Does pull away. And this was trading well for himself. Just trading well. Behind this, Eba is taking up into Hive and Lurkers, trying to slow the game down. And we saw YoungYakov be successful with that, so we'll see if Eba can do the same. Shameless does have Storm on the way. Getting into Storm, not Colossus. Getting a 4th expansion. On par with the 4th base of the Zerg. Yeah, Eba, he's having a hard time keeping up. He's just moving out. He's just moving out at this point. Oh no! He's gonna be slowed down. Does take a stasis to the face. And Shameless is taking it to Skytoss. With the Robo, +1 air attack, fleet beacons on the way. Shameless more than happy to just embrace Skytoss here and get into a longer game state. He's going to be basically trying to counter the eventual Lurker tech of Eba. So we're heading into a longer, later game. It's going to be Ling Hydra Lurker out of Eba, and it's going to be Skytoss out of Shameless. Of course, with Storm support, with Immortal support as well. Lings are being active. It's going to be on Shameless to split up his army. The Oracles are... Oh, the Oracles were in position. One Oracle goes down. Meanwhile, Shameless bullying the army towards the left-hand side. Catching out Lings, catching out Hydras. Forcing him back. Likewise, nice storms on the Lings. Lings getting shut down. They get one High Templar, not even that High Templar to survive. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. But the Lurkers are moving in. Eba, he wants to get that base, and it looks like he will. The Lunkers, they push forward. And even though Shameless does trade with the Ling Hydra, that's the problem. He traded with the Ling Hydra army, and the Lurkers are still untouched. Untouched Lurkers, they're pushing forward. And the base is going to go down. And Eba can just keep pushing, just keep rallying in. He's going for the kill. The Skytoss army is not quite there yet. Shameless, he needed more time. He needed time for the Tempest. Oof, and GG gets called as Eba does force his way into the natural, and Eba will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Eba able to weather the storm, able to, I mean, despite losing bases, despite losing some workers, he was able to build up and get into Lurker tech, and with those Lurkers, bam, he was able to strike across the map. Shameless was caught on the low ground. It was just a really awkward position by Shameless. I would say Shameless was caught out of position. He was on the low ground, his High Templar got surrounded, he was forced to spend all of his storms But not just that, he was forced to spend his storms, and he lost every High Templar in the process as well. He lost all of his High Templar, lost his entire army. GG. GG, well played. With that, Eba takes the lead, and we'll see if Shameless can recover. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Let's go. Players, they do need some time. Next game is going to be on Persephone. Ooh, one of these smaller maps of the map pool. Much smaller. Much more aggressive as well. Bearing in mind that YoungYakov is waiting for the winner of the series in the grand finals. And depending on the trajectory of these games, I think we're going to be lined up quite nicely. Let's go. We're going to be lined up quite nicely with the Anonymous Cup. I was a little bit concerned, but we're going to be okay. Going to be okay. As here we go, our players are ready. And again, because the map is so much more aggressive here, it does mean a couple different things. It means that the game state that we just had most likely isn't going to unfold, with Shameless trying to defend on 4 bases and get into Sky Toss, with Eba trying to like stabilize here on lurkers as well. I would imagine our players are going to be a little more assertive here, but we'll see. We shall see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our blue Zerg player leading the series 1-0. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Eba. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. We go. So calming down, settling in. And anyway, he has taken a lead. No, he didn't have much expectations coming into this tournament. Know that he's in the middle of his exams. He was like, I'll play a little bit, and then when I get knocked out, I'll finish like revising my studies. It's like, you're gonna go all the way, papi. Let's go. Does take a lead against Shameless. I mean, I can still see this going to the ace match 100%. Shameless, he had some really strong moments last game when it came to sniping bases, trading against the Lings, keeping up with the aggression. A lot of it, honestly, did just come down to the fight. It came down to the fact that, as we mentioned before, Shameless, he was caught on the low ground. He was caught pushing into lurkers and pushing up into the Ling Hydra. He got surrounded. He was forced to throw down the storms. And he lost everything in the process. So just a really rough position for Shameless, as he was torn apart. We'll see if he can stabilize. I mean, we know he can, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Players are opening up. Nothing crazy yet. Last game, Shameless did go Stargate opener into a third base with double Oracle. We expect the same thing. We expect the same thing into plus one and blink. If he deviates, we will point it out. We'll be like, oh my god. If he goes for an earlier Twilight Council, if he delays his Forge. But Shameless isn't usually that kind of cheeky player. Despite the name, not often Shameless. Likewise, Eba just going into his own third base. Because the map is a little bit smaller here, we could see Eba, instead of going into Ling Hydra, actually commit into Roaches this time. Last game, he did cancel the Roach Warren. Did cancel. Just poking in. Oracle's on the way. Shameless with 2 adepts. He can one-shot workers, so he can threaten a dive. But Eba should be keeping up with these adepts. It does keep up. Likewise, there's that Oracle opener. Second Oracle's on the way. From here, Shameless is going to be expanding. And from here, we should be seeing a Twilight Council and a Forge. So far, does get 1 drone. Does get 1 worker. Eba, he attempts the run by. Shameless is keeping up. At least he was. 1 adept is left behind. And will slip away. Does slip away. Shameless, he will defend. Well, Shameless does move out. 5 adepts move out, which means nothing going to defend. The pylon is going to go down. Can we force a cancel? No shot. Okay. The Oracles, they race back home in time. But nice damage here with the Lings. At the same time, adepts, they shade into the bases. Not many Lings at home to defend, but they are coming out in time. And Eba, he will hold. He will hold. He keeps up with the adepts. Behind this, Forge and Twilight Council, +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up out of Shameless. Does play that standard. Likewise, Oracles, they threaten the bases. And, oh, my apologies, I just assumed +1 and Blink, but no, we do change things up here, +1 and Charge. So Shameless is going to be more aggressive here. This isn't necessarily a cheese or anything like that, but this is an earlier timing. With this, we can go for an earlier timing with Archons, with Charge Ults, and with +1. So Shameless can be more aggressive this game. Okay. At the same time, it's going to be Eba to realize what's going on, to recognize what's happening. But now it gets us around. Ooh, and he should notice this, warping in Zealot reinforcements. That is very suspect. Now he knows. You're going to see Zealots, not Stalkers or Adepts. And you're not to be warping in Zealots to defend like this unless you're working towards Charge. Hydra down on the way. Baneling Nest already in production, so it's going to be Ling Bane Hydra. Roaches would be a more secure way to get into this, but Banelings, they can do the trick. And there we go, safety Banelings. Getting to safety Banelings. Likewise, Shameless. Still building up, waiting for Storm. Storm is almost done, and when Storm finishes, then he pushes. Then it's time to move out. And hit with +1, Charge, and everything else. And again, Eba, can he hold without Roaches? The problem with using just a pure Ling Bane Hydra composition is just how vulnerable this army is going to be to Storms, right? Like Storms, Roaches, they can tank like 1 or 2 Storms, right? They can take them to the face and still be okay. Ling Bane can't. A Storm will shut Eba down. Oh, Lings, they're coming for the surround. He wants Immortal, and he's going to get it. A massive catch here from Eba. Lings, they peel off towards High Templar, forcing out Storms. The Immortal does fall. These are better trades for the Zerg. Getting the Immortal, forcing out Storms. Delaying the expansion. Drop Lords are on the way. Let's get into his Drop Lords. Loading up Banelings, let's go. Loads up Banelings and Lings. For a moment I was like, yo, we're gonna be dropping on top of the High Templar, but this is to drop into mineral lanes. This is for economic damage. Oh, very late Baneling speed. Even he had the money for it, did forget. So we got slow Banelings waddling in. Oh, the chances of these slow Banelings avoiding storms, it's not high. it's not looking likely, but the drops are still moving in. Drops they throw in the bases, storm here on the Hydras. Banelings they at least force a cancel. Force a cancel. Banelings back into the mineral line. No major connections. Dropping on the High Templar. Oh, not quite. Heading into the main instead. Banelings they do crash in. 17 probes in total, not bad. Workers go down. Lane drop back into the main. Baneling speed is now done. And can he get on top of the High Templar? There's that one storm. Baits out one. Oh! There's High Templar. There's 4 High Templar left. 4 Templar remaining. Banelings roll in towards the mineral line. Oh, and they're bunching up. Brutal storms. They do get in. They crash on in. They get 19 probe kills. The final High Templar goes down, but there's still massive mortar waiting for them. Hydras, they have to back off. Ling drop gets cleaned up. And the base goes down. The base falls. Shameless down to 2 expansions. And from here, either he can just retreat and remax on Ling Hydra. It was tense trying to deal with all those High Templar. But now there's only 2 High Templar remaining. Mainly Immortals and Archons. I mean, again, this is still a really robust army. I'm not entirely convinced with the Ling Hydra defense. But we'll see if we can pull it off. I mean, look at how beefy this is. There's 7 Immortals. At this point, Shameless is all in. He's all in. Eba, he does hit the 3rd, forces the cancel, forces the all in. But Shameless, he can still win the game with this army. He has 2 storms. He has 2 storms with this. 3rd base goes down. Storm on the initial Banelings. 1 storm left. Speaking of, still holding on to that storm. Storm here on the Banelings. Yeah, they zone away the Banelings. Lings they crumble, and Shameless, he's doing it. He's doing it. Who needs a 3rd? He needs a 4th. Banelings they crash into the Archons, they crash into the Immortals, and they can just tank it. They can just tank those Banelings. As Shameless is going in for the kill. Takes down the mineral line. Hydras are trying to hold their own. They take down the Prism. Prism goes down. They barely get 1 Immortal as well. They get 2 Immortals. But there's still 5. There's still 5 Immortals left. And again, Shameless going for the kill, going for the throat. Eba, he cannot produce. He cannot build up. Not against this kind of army. Again, 2 Storms, 7 Immortals, and a Dream. And Shameless, he has done it. He breaks the natural. Eba, he does have a higher economy, and he can try to build up and try to muster up an army. It's going to be close. Recall Zealots to reinforce. Let's go. So that's 5 Zealots. Every little bit counts. Here we go. The boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Slow zone on the Hydras. There is detection. The slow zone is impacting this. He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 2. There's 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals left. Down to 2. The Hydras, they do well for themselves. They take down the Archon. No shot at Eva. He's holding. 1 Immortal left. The Hydras. Oh my god. They barely clean up the army. There's just the mothership. Oh no, the Spore. The Spore is killing the mothership. Again, it was a clutch hold out of Eva. He had to pull all the boys. I say that the Archons are coming in. Here we go. 1 Mothership, an Archon, 2 Zealots. Oh, these Oracles actually could have made a huge difference here. I mean, shout out to Shameless for not F2ing, but these Oracles, they have full energy. We could have seen stasis traps. They couldn't even just activate their pulsar beam and just killed everything. That was 3 full energy Oracles. Ay, ay, ay. That could have that could have, I mean, regardless, like, Eva still does tap out. GG gets called. Shameless, he will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Behind that, Shameless, he was expanding. He was retaking his third base. Eba no longer had any economic lead. And with that, Eba, he is broken. And we're going to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. So we're going to the ace match. Oh no, Eba, his mental may have been broken. May have been broken. We're getting in. We're getting into this. Oh, into the ace match. And we are going to be getting into Ultra Love. Let's go. Getting into Ultra Love. As we do need a moment for our players. Do need a moment. And again, we'll see how this story ends. We'll see who can make it through to the finals to face up against YoungYakov. Will it be Shameless? Will it be Eba? Oh boy. Here we go. As we're getting into that ace match. And again, Eba, he did well for himself when it came to crippling the economy, but the problem was the main army. The problem was the mass Immortal Archon. It traded so well, so efficiently. It was still a very clutch hold. A very close finale to the game. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the purple Zerg player. Sorry, the blue Zerg. We have the blue Zerg player himself, representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. Being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Eba. Eba. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have someone. We have the purple Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. We made our way into the ace match again. Shameless, he was playing well for himself. He was doing well when it came to crippling the bases, crippling the economy, and forcing the all-in, but the problem was that he forced the all-in, right? The problem was that he forced his opponent to break out, and it was quite an army that Shameless had built up. Very formidable force, something that, alas, Eba could not deal with, could not handle. Now we find ourselves in the ace match. Oh boy. From here, we're going for the initial hatch gas pool, standard open out of Eba, likewise standard open out of Shameless. Now, what we did learn last game, especially on a smaller map, is that Shameless, he is willing to deviate from the norm and go into a more charged Archon Storm heavy composition instead. That does make more sense on Persephone. We spoke about the game previously, about how the map is much smaller. It's a smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, so you can be more aggressive on Persephone. Here, Ultra Love is similar, I would say. The rush distance by ground is short. We often see a lot of all-ins on Ultra Love, especially especially from the Zerg side of things. Going into German taxis, Ling Queen walks across the map, 3 base Hydra all-ins. It's quite common here on Ultra Love, just because the Russia's spike ground is so short. But if a Protoss player can get up to 4 bases on this map, it is much more easier to defend, to stabilize, and to force a longer macro game. So because of that, we often see the extremes. We often see either very short games or much longer ones. As usual, that's 2 move out. 2 move out. Just keeping tabs on things, being as annoying as possible. The oracles are on the way. We saw this in game 1. Meanwhile, as the adepts are busy, Lings, they do move out for a counter attack. As they delay the 3rd. Nice catch. 3rd base is delayed. Shameless does recognize, hold up, the Lings are across the map. Let's go in. So far, eBay is keeping up. Adepts take shade into the main. There are still a handful of Lings though. Yeah, they pop out just in time. They get a surround. One adept does fall. Gets one, get both adepts. And eBay, he does take a much stronger start to the game. Shuts down the adepts. Denies the 3rd base. Contains Shameless on 2 bases. Ay, ay, ay. Twilight Council gets thrown down. Are we going into Glaives? Are we committing? As this is a very late 3rd for Shameless, and it's going to be denied once again. Or will it? It's going to be close. Oh my god. Ooh, does force a cancel. Forces a cancel, kills the probe. Oh my god, everything just going south here, everything falling apart. Shameless, he just cannot expand. He's stuck on 2 bases. Blink is on the way. At this point, may just be forced into a 3 base all in. We gotta get juiced up. True. That's what we were missing. We gotta juice up. We gotta hydrate. Eva chamber on the way. Should be for +1 melee. But again, a very strong start for Eva. There it is. Melee's on the way. This is gonna be for Ling Hydra production. Save the Roachhorn. Never mind. We'll see if he commits. As Shameless, he has to move out. He has to do something across the map. Gets a tumor, gets an overlord. Not bad. It is something. Takes down a 2nd tumor as well. Takes down a 2nd tumor. Lings, they bypass the main army. They're headed for the 3rd. But there are plenty of oracles. We will defend. Defend back at home. 1 queen gets started. Nice transfuse. Lings coming from behind. Stasis is brutal despite that. 1 stalker goes down. Despite that, does catch a stalker. Things are still keeping up. Ooh, massive stasis though. Yeah, massive stasis this time. Shameless, he can try to snipe those queens. Behind this, the Roachhorn was only a safety Roachhorn. He's not making any roaches, going into Ling Hydra. As eBay, he does cut workers a little bit earlier. Staying on a lower drone count. Shameless, he does now take an economic lead. He's up by 10 probes. It shows just how few drones Eva has been making. As Eva is committing. More stasis traps though. More traps popping up. Catching out 2 more stalkers. Nothing major. Does force back the army. Likewise, Stalker's getting surrounded. Getting another... Oh, 2 Stalkers. Another 2 Stalkers going down. Now Eba's somewhat droning up, but only somewhat. Again, the droning is still quite late for Eba. And Shameless, he is building up. We have Storm about to finish. 4th base is on the way. He gets spotted by Eba. Does spot the expansion. Oh my god, jeez. That's the Lings. They take a storm to the face. That's a brutal storm. And Eba, he doesn't really have the economy here to, or he hasn't had the economy to take up into lurkers. So he's stuck on Ling Main Hydra for the near future. He's drawn up to 74. I do favor Shameless when it comes to the army composition. As Shameless, he has made it to Storm. But we'll see what we can get done. Railing speed is on the way. Eba being active. Now got to be zoned away. Drop loader in production. Fleet beacon for Shameless, working towards Skytos. Stabilizing on 4 bases. And we'll see if Eba can break him. There's that drop. Drop into the bases. Maxing out on Ling Main Hydra. I'm still worried about the storms though. That's going to be 3 storms being thrown down. A little bit trigger happy there from Shameless. And Bailings, they do break in. 1 connects. Likewise, oh, the Overlords are getting caught out despite that 18 probe kills. 18 workers going down. The 4th base is going to be broken. Not bad. Eba takes down the 4th. Gets into the mineral line. Probes are going down. 30, 34. Oh my god. 30, 35. 35 workers going down. And we'll take down the Nexus. At the same time, Eba coming in from behind. Not quite able to collapse in. There's still a lot of storms. So another storm here on the Lings. The Lings are melting. But at the same time, Shameless, he is running out of storms. Yeah, he's out. At this point, he's out of storms. Oracle's forced to engage. The base is under fire, and Eba, he will break the expansion just barely. Nexus goes down. Yes, he gets to get the hell out of here. Now, we've been here before. Last game, Shameless lost his 3rd. He just went for the all-in. And that should be happening here as well. With Shameless, he lost his 3rd base, and now he has to commit across the map. It's all or nothing for Shameless. He has how much? He has 2 carriers. Oh my god. He has 2 carriers plus 1 air attack. He's gonna have 3 High Templar, 2 Archons, 2 Immortals. Now this army is less beefy than last game, but at the same time Eba also has a smaller army. Shameless supply blocked. Uh-oh. Shameless is supply blocked. It's gonna slow him down. Hydra's getting caught out. Hydra, they fall to a couple of Zealots. A better trade for Shameless. But again, Shameless and easy storms to connect. The first storm on the Bailings. It's okay. There's soon going to be 1 more storm. He's falling back. Does fall back. That's a lot of Hydras. Okay, he's got at least 1. He's got 2. He's got 2 storms with the army. He falls back. It retakes his 3rd. But he has some room. He has some room to breathe. Remember, no hive, no lurkers. Just pure Lingbane Hydra. As eBay does try to peel off. Heading into the bases. At least trying to. Shameless does intercept. Storm of the Banelings. The Banelings are getting caught out. Shameless, he can still take a fight. Even knows that he has to be so careful engaging, especially considering there's no hive, there's no vipers, there's no abductions, no lurkers. This is just such a fragile army. Even he's one bad fight away from losing everything. Shameless, he's able to stabilize on 3 bases. Meanwhile, Banelings drop into the natural. Shameless, he does notice. He does keep up. Eba pulling back. Again, it's one of those things where Eba, yes, he is maxed, but Eba, the tech is not there, right? He's maxed on Lingbane Hydra. He has 1/1 upgrades. He does not have +2. Likewise, he has no hive. He is getting a spire, which will help. But the problem isn't really the Sky Toss, it's the Storm. I mean, I say that, it's actually 5 carriers. Jesus. Okay, never mind. The Sky Toss is also now becoming a problem. Shameless is claiming a 4th. Eva's maxed out. Banelings, they attempt to run by. Shameless defense. Eva moving in and should deny the expansion. Oh, won't be able to. Has to get the hell out of here. Banelings rolling in. They catch a high tempo, not bad. Yeah, they smash on in, but nice control out of Shameless. Does blink in time. Does hold. Shameless is holding. Lings, they do break in. Ooh, another brutal storm. Lings are being cleaned up. Shameless is pushing. As Eba, he does an I+2. Cybercore goes down. Not a bad pickup. Takes down the Cybercore. Corruptors are on the way. They're finally the infestation bit at 15 minutes. Jeez, almost 16 even. Very late pit, but it's on the way. This is still not a composition that gives me much confidence, but it's an army. How many had Templar? 7. There's the first storm. We're looking for like at least 6 more. There's the second. Army pulls back. I mean, this is a death blow if I've ever seen one. But trying to find a way in. Oof. Does take a couple storms to the face. So Romai is dealt with. Corruptors are being active. Anyway, he just sends it right down mid. Okay. Sends it down mid instead. There's the recall. The base does fall. But I'll be honest, I don't think the base really matters too much. Like, it's the army that's still a problem. And the fact that Eva has no lurkers. The hive is on the way. It's about to finish. Corruptors, they go in. Can they bring down the expansion? Recall's on cooldown. Not the base recall though. The mothership recall. And we're just going for the base trade. Shameless, he will lose his 3rd, he will lose his 4th, but he has a massive army. This already happened once this game where he lost his bases, but he just moves out with everything else. Gets a base. Takes down the expansion. Still pushing in. Eva cannot deal with this. Storms, they shut down the Hydras. The Corruptors are on their own. Oh god, massive storms here just covering everything, and Eva, he will lose this army. The Corruptors, they fall one after the other. Storms were insane, and Shameless has done it. Shameless, he has done it. Who needs bases, Pappy? Who needs them? GG gets called, and Shameless, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played again. Eba did a great job when it came to denying bases and crippling the economy. That is true, but he was basically all in. That's what we were trying to allude to earlier, but yes, Eba, he was basically all in there. He had no hive, he had no infestation, he had no lurker den. He was just committing into Ling Bane Hydra, and he was stuck with Ling Hydra for a long time. Eventually, he did try to take out of it, but it took a long time for that to happen, right? It took a long time for that decision to be made to back off and start taking into hive and start taking into corruptors and start getting out of purely Ling Bane Hydra, as Eva's army just didn't really scale well enough, not compared to Shameless's army, into a longer game. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, he will advance on, and he will make it to the grand finals. GG. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have our two finalists here. It's going to be a best of 5 between Shameless and YoungYakov. Let's go. Let us go. It is going to be that best of 5. And again, this can go either way. But before we get into the finals, you know what time it is. It's that special time of the week here for the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. We have something special ahead of us. It is, of course, a time for... It is going to be time for the random raffle. Every single week for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do have a random participation raffle for the players that did compete here tonight, and every player is equally eligible as long as they played out their matches. As a reminder, for example, there is a player that didn't compete tonight. That was Geralt. Shameless did replace Geralt earlier, so Geralt, he wasn't able to take part. He will not be a part of the raffle as a result, but I believe every other player did play at least their first round match. So everyone else is eligible for the raffle. Let's go. They are eligible for that random raffle. That's a lot of bad. It was a lot of bad weather. Ay. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. But yes, it is gonna be raffle time. Just need a moment to set things up and to get things going. Here we go. This week, 20 players. This week we have 20 eligible players here for the random raffle, and one of said players will walk away a little bit richer. It isn't too crazy. It's 5 USD. 5 USD goes to a random participant, and it can go to anyone. It can go to a finalist like Shameless or YoungYakov, or it can go to someone that got knocked down in the first round. It can go to anyone. And here we go. This week, the random raffle winner is... Oh, congratulations, a returning player that has been around and has been active for many years. Congratulations to Quantel. Quantel, of course, he is the best player from Indonesia. He's an Indonesian Protoss player, was very active back in the day, back in the ANZ Champs, back in the Oceanic region. Did make his return here today and does walk away 5 USD richer. GG, well played. Shout out to Prome, Shameless, LunaSea, Azura, and Captain Fish as the runner-ups. There's a lot of Protoss down there alongside Captain Fish. But Quantel, does walk away 5 USD richer, so GG, well played. I believe did get knocked out early on. Let me just double check. Quantel, he went down to Azura in the round of 16 to go to the Ace match, but did fall in the round of 16. Regardless, congratulations to Quantel, and now we can focus on our finals. Let's go. We can now focus on our finals. Focus on that best of 5. As players need a moment, so we're going to be going in a short break. And when we come back, we're going to have a Shameless versus YoungYakov in that best of 5 grand finals. Oh boy, let's go. And again, we'll see how long it lasts as well. I mean, ZVPs, they can last quite an amount of time here. They can definitely go the distance as well. Especially Shameless and YoungYakov, they're quite close in skill. So, oh boy, we'll get ready for it. Best of luck. For now though, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes here for that best of 5. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals here of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 92, our weekly open tournament here on the CranKy Ducklings. We've been hosting this event for many years at this point, and if you are out there, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings and support this tournament series like the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat and you'll get a link to our Patreon page. Again, thank you so much to all of our current patrons. It's thanks to you that we're able to host this event on a regular basis. Not just that, but that we're able to have a boosted prize pool as well, and we have another goal for another boosted prize pool. So it's all there, it's all on Patreon, so you can help support us if you wish. Otherwise, just watching is enough support. You know, we're still running the event regardless, but it would be nice if we could, you know, grow the event together and help out the scene, help out the community. Again, 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players. It's all for the prize pool, at least currently. In the future, we have a future tier, a future stretch goal where we do want to pay out to the admins and the casters. That would be nice, but for now, It's all to the players. It's all to the players. And here we go. It is finals time. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, who's been patiently waiting this entire time for his opponent. It is YoungYakov. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open for the next couple of minutes. You can go for who you believe will claim it and be this week's champion. Meanwhile, a shout out to Captain Fish. Big shout out to Captain Fish. Thank you so much for the support, for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. As always, Captain Fish as always. Also, GG Well Played did actually play tonight and did fare quite well for himself as well. So GG Well Played. Captain Fish was a competitor and does give a gift to Captain Canada. Oh, the captains. Oh no, the cabal. They're all helping each other. But a gift a sub to Captain Canada, to Laser Charles, to Zombie Josh, to Emo Green, and to Mikey the Plumber. Hope you'll enjoy the subs. Hope you'll enjoy the emotes, enjoy the replay packs as well. Again, we do provide replay packs to our subscribers over on Discord, so you can join our Discord server and you can engage and you can indulge in said replays. So now we are settling in. Do have our hatch gas full standard opener out of YoungYakov. Likewise, Shameless also going for a standard opener as well. As we did mention in the last series, Shameless, he isn't really one to be too cheesy. He did change his style a little bit in game 2, whereas typically he was going for a standard opener into Blink Stalker, into the mid game, into a longer later game. But in game 2, he did go for something more aggressive on Persephone, but I do think that was very map dependent. I don't see Shameless doing that here on Tokamak. Tokamak is known for being a longer, larger map, more macro oriented, defensive 3rd, defensive 4th base. We often see longer macro games on Tokamak, so I don't expect Shameless to go into charge and storm. Not this time, but we'll see. We'll see. Likewise, YoungYakov also has been resting up, did take down a Nicoract to make it this far, and now we're here to indulge in some ZVP from YoungYakov. Likewise, he's also not really too aggressive and too cheesy. I want to say that Wayne is more of that kind of player. Wayne, he's a little more active and a little more analytic in his play, 100%. YoungYakov less so, at least in my experience. The command structure, oh, the captains. Now we just need Captain Tuna. Oh no, I mean that's Ryung. I mean he's the Tuna Terran. I think captain by default. Este Ryung. Meanwhile, oh my god, speaking of doing things quirky though, I wasn't expecting anything too crazy out of YoungYakov, but that is going to be a 410 lair timing. Very early lair out of YoungYakov. And what is the plan? Now, with the early lair, this could be for a fast hydrogen. True, this could be for fast tech, fast hydras. Eva Chamber is throwing down just to save a drone. We do have extra queens on the way. Are we willing to go into a Ling queen based all in? No shot. I mean, Lings are building up. Gas is being taken. Lair is almost complete. Now, 3 gases can sustain a Nidus Swarm, for sure, 100%. But Yakov is droning up, not making more Lings, so he's building up towards a longer later game. Adepts a bust into the main. Queens are keeping up. They shut down the Adepts. 2 of them do shade away. Just barely. As, Jesus, Yakov taking more gases, going up to 6. Sorry, going into 5. Going into 5 gases, Oracles, they bust into the natural, they get 1 drone, just the 1. And Shameless is going to charge an Archons and Storm. I assume that this was going to be saved for some of these smaller maps like Persephone, like I mentioned before, but no. Shameless is going for an earlier charge timing. Meanwhile, Yakov, what's the plan with that early lair? There it is, early Hydra Den. So we're rushing into Hydras early on. Bold move by YoungYakov. +1 range going to be on the way. Now, with the early Hydrogen, more importantly with the early Hydras, this could be a 3-base all-in. We have seen players go into +1 range, hit a timing with 5 to 6 gases, and move out with 3-base saturation, with the 4th base just for larva. Overlord Speed is on the way, knocking down those center rocks. It does look like a 3-base all-in. YoungYakov is on 66 drones at his 3-base saturation. The 4th base is soon to finish, and I don't see any more drones in production. I don't expect any more drones in production. Let's go. It's going to be all or nothing. Right now, it's going to be on Shameless to figure out what's going on. Shameless has to figure it out. Now, remember, this is going to be earlier Storm because there are no stalkers, so you can preserve your gas to get earlier High Templar, Storm, Archons, Immortals. This does turn out quite well here for Shameless. Meanwhile, yep, here come the Dropper Lords. As we mentioned, Overlord Speed screams Dropper Lords here to support the army. Queens are going to be moving out alongside this. The 4th base is only for larva. Just straight up 3-base all in. Let's go. Either Yakov kills Shameless or he dies trying. Storm is not ready. Yes, Storm is barely not ready in time. Does force out one of the Archons. Does force out a second Archon as well. 0 storms. And without storms, Shameless, how does he hold on? I just assumed that he would have it. But never mind. There we go, jumping into the main. Does warp in 1 High Templar. Does have the NG overcharge. Couple Hydras left over, left behind. Drop Lords into the main base. The main base is exposed. Contamination here on a +2. Storm is ready. There's 1 Storm with the main army. And here comes that drop. On top of the production, on top of the robo. At the same time, Shameless, he can't quite respond to it. The Oracles do help. The Hydras are moving in. Hydras, they start step forward, they catch out an Archon. 1 Archon goes down. There's a Storm. It just grazes the army. No major connection. Better Storm here towards the end, but it was only 1 Storm. Only 1. GG gets called as Shameless. He is torn apart, and YoungYakov takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Yakov, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very aggressive, very decisive build here by YoungYakov. Again, he did drone up to 66. He went up to his gases, the 4th base only for larva, going into Overlord Speed and committing into the all-in, into the Ling Hydra all-in. Oh boy, and again, it hit just before Storm was ready. Storm was 10 seconds away, and he was able to force the Archons. He was able to deny the Storm, and likewise pull Shameless apart. GG. GG, well played. Shameless, he barely wasn't ready in time. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. With that, we're getting into game 2. And we're going to be letting into Persephone. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player, the Little Fairy player, representing Team Little Fairy. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, leading the series 1-0. It is YoungYakov. Here we go. As Yakov, he moves out with a very early drone. Hello. Drone does move out, and we should be poised to go in for a hatch block. So a cheeky start here by Yakov. Drone is going to be slipping in. Now, bearing in mind this was hatch first, so hatch first out of Yakov. And he's building up, he's banking up his minerals. And there we go, does strike, does move in, and he does move in for that hatchery block. Bam. There we go. Now, bearing in mind, this is not a cheese, this is not aggressive, this is not an all-in. There is no spawning pool, there are no zerglings, there are no queens. This is a hatchery into hatchery before spawning pool. So a very greedy build here by YoungYakov, but the purpose of this build is to delay the economy of the Protoss. This is the equivalent of the Protoss player going for a pylon block, right? We often see pylon blocks at the natural, here hatch block in the natural for the Protoss. He does pull 5 probes to the low ground, he's forcing out a zealot, he's laying the expansion, or there's going to be a cyber core, most likely a second gateway as well before the Nexus. Making the opener more uncomfortable for the Protoss. As, oh, there's a cancel into Evo Chamber. Again, delaying even further. Cancels once again. Drone pulls away. And Shameless can now expand. And did not go for a 2-gate opener. So he wasn't forced to throw in that second gateway. He's going to be expanding regardless. Just the 1 gate. Zelda's moving out alongside the Adept. Now, this does mean that, the drone is still active, but this does mean that Yakov has less to worry about. As he almost gets another hatchery. Almost. That would have been disastrous. Speaking of, a hatchery in the main gets scouted. Whew, doesn't get spotted. Hatchery is spotted. Stargate is on the way. Stargate before Nexus. A very late natural base for Shameless. Behind this, Yakov is getting into link speed, pulls out of gas, droning up on 2 bases. No 3rd base yet. No 3rd base for the time being. Just now going to be taken. Yakov droning, saturating. He knows that the Adepts are at home. He knows that the Adepts are not across the map, so he knows he's safe. He also has eyes on the would-be Oracle. So he's aware of the timings. And we should soon be seeing spores. We should soon see them. As there's a cancellation. Again, the hatchery was never going to finish. Was just keeping Shameless busy. While YoungYakov does drone. There we go. Spores are on the way. 1 in the main and 1 in the natural. Queens are amassing. The Oracle arrives, and the Oracle shouldn't find much damage. Oh. Does a nice mining time. Does a nice mining. From here, pulls away. Oh, getting caught out. Nice clutch spores. Yakov, calm down. Some clutch spores. Does defend. Shameless is still looking for some damage. 3rd base gets spotted. Yakov does maintain a greater economy, just because the natural was just so late for Shameless. Likewise, late 3rd base as well. Now going to a Twilight Council and a Forge and a +1 and Blink. I would imagine. Last game we did see Charge. True. That is a possibility. Likewise, Yakov going into Hydras, +1 range, going into Lingbane Hydra. Nice catch. Oracle goes down. Yakov defends. Oracles are deflected. Once again, Yakov keeping up. Ooh. Punishing the Oracles. Let's punish. It is +1 on Blink this time, still leading to Storm, of course. Storm is the follow-up. But the question becomes, Yakov, does he drone? Right now, he's droning up to 65. Last time, if you remember, we did cut workers at 65, or 66 even. Yakov did cut drones, and then he committed into an all-in. This time, there's no Overlord speed. No Overlord speed, so we're not going for any kind of drop lord shenanigans. Scout is coming in. Hydra is amassing. And Yakov, he is not droning, by the way. He could, but he's committing. Yeah, he's just doubling down. +1 range is almost done. We're going for a Ling, Bane, Hydra all in. This time, no fancy drop lord play, but regardless, he's going to strike before Storm. Storm is even later than last time because of all the delays. I mean, it all makes sense. It all makes sense here. Just because Shameless has been delayed when it comes to his build, when it comes to his economy. High Templar are ready, but no Storm. Storm is so far away. Stage traps are triggered. Bailey's in. Oh no, there's no way out of this. Massive connections. Yeah, probes are going down. YoungYakov, he shuts down the third. Zones away High Templar. Storm is finally ready. Oof. Brutal connections. High Templar did survive, but GG gets called. YoungYakov, he breaks the third, and YoungYakov, he will take a lead in the series 2-0. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Once again does strike just before Stormer is ready, but this time was an even stronger timing just because of the delays, right? Because of the opener, late natural, late third base, late take, late everything for Shameless, and it meant that there was even a bigger window that YoungYakov could abuse. GG. GG, well played. So once again, just droning up to 3 bases, getting a 4th base for Larva, and just doubling down on pure Ling, Bane, Hydra. Very decisive play and decisive build so far out of YoungYakov, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. And oh my god, I'm a little bit shocked, but Game 3 we're going to be loading into Torches. Ay. Torches, of course, being a very often vetoed map in the map pool, very often vetoed, very aggressive as well, can lead to some weird play, and I don't really know what to expect, I'll be honest. I rarely get to cast on Torches. It's a rare sight. Is a rare sight. So introduce us. Let's go. I would imagine Mutaplay would be trendy on Torches, but I don't know if YoungYakov even feels the need to switch things up. Just all in on 3 bases, Pappy. We're good to go. The Paperweight Templar, essentially. Both in Game 1 and in Game 2. Here we go. Here we go. As we are getting into Game 3, potentially the final game of the series. I mean, I'm hoping for more. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want more out of our 2 players. But at the same time, the pressure is on our Protoss. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Torches, we have our blue Protoss player currently down heavily here in this series. Down 0-2. He has to start fighting back here and now, otherwise it will all be over and the series will end. Representing Team Little Fairy, it is Shameless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, leading the series 2-0. It is YoungYakov. Not so young anymore. Old Yakov. Let's go. As this time Shameless does begin with a pylon block, does block the expansion, with a pro block even, and Yakov forced to expand elsewhere. Does go for the unnatural natural. This time Yakov, he does not move out with a worker. This time he will not hatch block his opponent. Not here, not on Torches. We are building up. building up. So far so good. Hatch gas pull out of Yakov. And Shameless going for a gate expand into Cybercore. This time a much more comfortable start for our Protoss player. There's no delayed expansion, there's no hatch block, there's nothing to slow him down. Yakov does confirm before pulling away. So now we are just going to be selling into our game states. So far, Stargate opener by Shameless. So standard play here so far. This gate expands Cybercore into Stargate, into Oracle. Whether Shameless goes into Blink or Charge, yet to be determined. Oh, right, also, and of course, welcome one to Torches. Torches is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. Alongside Last Fantasy, we rarely get to experience Torches. Torches is the smallest map, the shortest rush distance, so aggression is favored on this map. Likewise, we have this entire center area in between the main bases with gold expansions here, with mineral patches that you can mine through, with tumors that expire over time as well. So very short rush distance by air and by ground. Likewise, we have the healing pad towards the left-hand side. The healing, as Lings, they do sit by. Lings are going for the pylon. The Adept is not going to pop out in time. It's going to be close. Oh, does pop out. Pylon goes down, delays warp gate. Shaky startups, they recalled back home. The Lings being cheeky, they do find some damage. They do sit by. This doesn't end the game, but it does force back the army. It does allow YoungYakov to drone to saturate. Gets 2 probes. Takes down 2 workers. But unlike on Persephone, the healing pad is available to all units, including air units as well. Oh. As the Lings are finally cleaned up, that's still going to be 6 probe kills. That is far too much. 6 workers go down. A little bit in shock. A little bit. Back at home, gases are being taken. Yakov is saturating. And Shameless does expand here towards the low ground. Oh, we didn't even get to talk about this. Bold's move expanding out in the open onto the low ground here, where you can almost get 360 surrounded. Often we see players either expand linearly on the high ground or triangularly here towards their opponent on the right-hand side. But this low ground base is difficult to defend. Very difficult. Especially when it comes to 3 base all-ins. We spoke so far in this series, we've had Yakov break Shameless just before Storm every single time without fail. I can see that happening here. Meanwhile, the Lings get us around, no shield battery, no Oracle. 1, 2 adepts full. This is brutal here. The Oracles are racing back home. Shameless having a rough start. Lings, they slip in, they slip by. They come in for the scout, they confirm the tech. Forged, Twilight Council, that means there's no glaives. And Yakov, where do we go from here? Taking the low ground base as a 4th. Gets his 4th base. Hydrogen is on the way. Eva Chamber, this should be from +1 range. If it's +1 range, it's just going for another 3 base all in. Like, it's just gonna happen. It's we're rushing into Sky Toss. He's crazy. I mean, dire situations lead to dire solutions, I suppose. Fleet Beacon's on the way. That's gonna be to rush into the mothership, to maybe rush into Tempest. But Shameless needs time. He needs time. He needs some breathing room here to get away with this. The problem is I didn't see that happening. There it is, +1 range. +1 range, not melee, which means we're going for another strong timing. Yakov is joining up to 3 base saturation. How many drones so far? He's on 63, so to be 65, and he should be cutting at 66. Oh boy. Speaking of 66 drones, does lead out 3. Couple of workers are going down. Yakov does replenish. He does replace. Okay, now this is going to be interesting. He's rushing into the mothership. Now, defensively, Cloak can save the base. Like, imagine we hit our timing, right? Imagine Yakov, he goes for his 3-base all-in, which he's building up towards, by the way. It is happening. If he strikes just as the mothership pops, just as Cloak gets activated without any detection, this base is going to be saved. But I'm getting ahead of myself because you know what? The mothership is only halfway done. And Yakov, he's coming. Like, he's not waiting. The queens are waddling across the map. The creep is already encroaching on the bases. Here we go. We got the slow Bailings waddling in. This just hits so much faster on this map. Does break through. Massive connections. 6 kills so far. As Bailings, they are not quite getting into the mineral line. Nice defense here by Shameless. He holds well. He punishes the Hydra, the queens. Queen goes down. Yakov, the all-in was not good enough. He killed some workers, but he needed more. Didn't need more damage. Shameless, he's holding. Mothership has arrived. And this is the beginning of the comeback. As Shameless, he has a comparable economy. Yakov behind this, he droned up a little bit. He made 4 workers, up to 70. And he's just hyper-fixated on the next wave. This time with mailing speed. This time with speed. Yakov, he baits out 1. Baits out 1 stasis. But there's another. Doesn't quite close the distance. Does he notice? He does. Oof. Baits out both. Now Storm is on the way. Storm is on the way. I don't see Yakov breaking. I mean, it's going to be close. Bailings, they once again make their way to the mineral line. Cloak gets activated. And Yakov has to back off. Like, he has no answer to the Cloak. He has no answer. He has no detection. He has no detection. Overlord speed is on the way, but Cloak is about to run out. Storm is done. Shameless, he's doing it. He's ready with the Storm. Yeah, Storm pops up. Denies the Bailings. More Bailings rolling in. More Storms will deal with them. And Yakov, he's running out of steam. He's running out of forces here. The Storms, they shut down the Ling Bane once again. We'll get the expansion though. Does get the Nexus. Stutter stepping in, going for the mothership. Will not get it. Oh, brutal overextension. Losing every single Hydra. And Shameless, he likes losing his third base. We were here with the Eva series, where Shameless, time and time again, he will lose his third over and over again. He'll just counterattack. He'll just counterattack then and there. Yakov is in trouble. Shameless, he doesn't need a third. And now he's overwhelming. He's overwhelming with this army. Queens are coming in. It's going to be a clutch hold. No Storm. Yeah, 0 High Templar, 0 Storms. Clutch Transfuse, just trying to buy some time. But a brutal slow zone. As the 4th base goes down. There's another Cloak. The base does survive, but will bleed out those workers. 7 drones going down. Oh. Hydras once again, they overextend. Expensive losses here for Yakov. Shameless rebuilding his third. And again, this army for YoungYakov is looking less impressive over time, but he does catch both Archons. Okay. Takes out the Archons, Stutter steps forward. He wants those Stalkers. He's trying to trade as best he can, but the Hydras are exposed. They just cannot trade, not like this. GG gets called, and Shameless fights back. Shameless puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Shameless, this time he does survive the all-in. Again, the Bailings were lackluster. They killed only 7 workers. Shameless, he was able to react in time, able to pull away. The mothership arrived. Storm did complete. This time, Shameless was able to stabilize, able to defend, and able to put a point on the board and fight back in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The comeback has begun, but the pressure is still on Shameless. He's still down in the series. 1 more loss, and the series is still over. But can he force the ace match? 1 more game is all he needs. Una más, papi, una más. One more game. Let's go. Let's go. No sweep, no sweep, no sweep. I mean, that's also the issue when it comes to a player going for the same strategy every game, is that your opponents at this level, they're going to get used to, right? They're going to get used to, they're going to adapt. They're going to adapt over time. But we are loading into Pylon. Pylon is another one of these smaller maps. Pylon has a short rush distance by ground. If we were to go for a 3-base all-in, Pylon would be good for it, so I'm sure YoungYakov is tempted. Sure, he is tempted. But we'll see. We shall see. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the blue Protoss player himself, the blue Protoss. Representing Team Little Fairy, fighting back, putting a point on the board, making a series out of this, and can he force the ace match? It is Shameless. He is Shameless. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. Still leading the series, still one game away from becoming our champion this week. It is YoungYakov. Whew, okay. Yakov, he's had a little momentum so far in this series, but that has been stripped away. Shameless now does fight back. And can he tie things up? Now, as I mentioned, every game so far, without fail, 3-base all-in. Different variations, true. We've had variations with drop lords, others with bathing speed, without bathing speed, with queens, without queens. We have seen different kind of variations of execution of 3-base all-in, but 3-base all-in nonetheless from YoungYakov every single game so far without fail, until last game where it did fail. So the question becomes, does YoungYakov, does he macro, does he drone, does he saturate his 4th base, does he tech up into lurkers, does he play towards a longer game state, or does he try again? We are loading into Pylon. Pylon is one of these smaller maps in the map pool with shorter rush distance by ground. Specifically, I'm referring to the 3rd bases. The 3rd bases, and not just the 3rd, but the area in between them as well. This is something, I guess a unique feature of this map is that you can poke in between the bases into the natural, or the 3rd, or the 4th. There are a lot of attack paths here available to the aggressing player. Likewise, there's no ramp. There is somewhat of a choke point here at the triangular 3rd base, but it's also not ideal. We have seen a lot of successful all-ins on Pylon, and it would make sense in my mind for Yakov in a vacuum to go for an all-in here on this map, but because of how the series has been playing out, now I'm not so certain. Now I'm not so sure if it's going to be a wise move to go for an all-in against Shameless 4 games in a row. We'll see. We shall see. Also, again, a really unique approach from Shameless to respond and to survive against the all-in with a mothership. Again, because of Cloak. Cloak just gave Shameless so much time to breathe, and so much time where he just forced Yakov away because there was no detection. For a lot of that game, there were no overseers with the army. So whenever Cloak was activated, Yakov had to respect it, had to back off. Have to pull away. And the longer the game went on, the better it was for Shameless. So far, it ends up being zoned away. Zoned over the Tuna. Ah, the Tuna. Beautiful. I'm being forced back. Shameless going for a Stargate opener into Oracles into a 3rd base. Oh, my apologies. That's going to be an early Twilight. Okay. Alright, Shameless. What do you got? That is, for the first time this series, Twilight Council before Nexus. Okay, okay. I see you. So early Twilight Council, this screams Glaive Adepts. This screams Glaive Adepts here from the side of Shameless. I'm assuming that's going to be the case. Meanwhile, oh my god, we're going for Lin Queen all in before we can even think about the Adepts. Yeah, Lin Queen all in has arrived. YoungYakov, he's not going for a 3-base all in, he's going for a 2-base all in. He's going for a 1.5 base all in instead. Okay, why not hit even faster? The Queens are waddling, Lings are amassing. The wall is going to be broken. Shameless getting caught with his pants down. But at the same time, the Oracle does well for itself, picks up a lot of Lings. Yeah, Lings, they're falling one after the other. Yakov, can he keep this going? Gets us around, shield battery is done. Boys are being pulled. That does go down. But again, the Oracle is holding the line. Boys getting on top of the Queens. No transfuse. There is no transfuse. There is no creep. The Queens are going down one after the other. They take down one of the Oracles. But Shameless holds. Shameless, he holds on. He shuts down the Lings. He shuts down the Queens. And Yakov is in a rough position. He's in a rough position here. That was so committed. And it isn't just that this was committed. The problem is Glaives. Remember, this was like Shameless had no idea what was happening. He had no idea. We had no idea. We were fixating on Shameless. Shameless, he had decided to go for a Twilight Council before expansion. He was going for Glaives, and now Glaives is on the way. And YoungYakov, he's not ready for this. He's not ready for a Glaive Adept defense. For now, he's droning. He's saturating. He does have a Roach Warren back in the main. Lair is on the way. Now, if Yakov, if he drones up too much, if he drones too hard, then he will die to the Adepts. But, as you can see here, we have 5 Overlords on the way, and we do have some Roaches in production. So, Yakov, he instead, like, again, in isolation as to what's happening, like, devoid of what's going on on the side of Shameless, he may just go for his own Roach all-in anyway, and make Roaches as a result, and actually be able to defend. We'll see. 4th base is on the way, gases are being taken. Roaches are amassing to the vision here of YoungYakov. Okay, sorry, he scouted. He did scout. He's aware. He saw the Twilight Council before the expansion, when he got into the main, of course. So he knows. Yakov, he knows what's going on. That's a lot of Adepts, though. Knowing is one thing, but because of how this game is played out, he only has 8 Roaches. That's not a lot. Shameless, he can take the fight. Does commit. Does commit. For now, shading into the 3rd, shading into the natural. Does cancel. Shades into the 3rd base. Queen is under fire. Takes down the Queen, denies mining. Shading into the main as well, and just pulling YoungYakov apart. As another Queen is going to fall. Minimal drone damage though. I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Drones are finally going to be going down. Getting it to 10 drone kills. And 2 Queens. And this early on, this is brutal damage. And more Lings are going down. Better trades for Shameless. So he does shade away. Does shade back home. Behind this Blink +1. Shameless transitioning into Blink Stalkers. Throwing down extra gateways. Shameless has a massive economy. And Yakov is all in. This time he's forced into an all-in, and he doesn't really have the economy to sustain himself, so it's going to be a bit of a weaker all-in here from YoungYakov. The Queens are moving in as well. It's all that he has. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, Queens. Whatever he can muster. Blink is not ready. Blink is not ready here. He has to be careful. There we go. Blink just now finishing. Shameless, he rotates over. They do come in for the surround. Oracle going ham. Nice piles on the Stalkers. Yeah, Bazu connects Stalkers. They get completely surrounded. Massive catch. And Yakov, he can still pull this off. He trades well so far. Takes down the Oracle. Oracle goes down to the Queens. Again, Yakov is completely all in. The longer this goes on, the worse it is. He has to end it here and now. As piles, they shut down some of the Stalkers. Oof, the piles are connecting. At the same time, Yakov is running out of Lings. Now pushing towards the natural. Does try to push in. Better Blink control here towards the end. Blinking forward on top of the army. Takes down the Queens. But still bleeds out a lot of these Lings. Still so close, so clutch once again. Biles, they connect. They just keep connecting. And the trades are good for YoungYakov, but he needs more. He needs to end it. He needs to kill him. He has to keep going. He has to keep going. As behind this, we have 8 more roaches in production. YoungYakov getting on top of the stalkers. Stalkers, what are we doing out here? Shameless getting over eager. Stalkers are going down. These are expensive losses. Does wink away. Takes down the Ravager. Okay. Takes down some of the Ravagers. He's kiting decently well. Does focus fire the final Ravager. Yeah, YoungYakov, he's running out of steam. And Shameless, he's done it. He's done it. He saved his base. He's fully 65 probes. He has an insane economy. And Shameless holds. Yakov is down to a handful of lings, a handful of roaches. This is not enough. And we are going to the ace match. Let's go, Papi. We're going all the way. We're going the distance. GG, Shameless. He survives. He ties things up. We are going to the ace match. Ooh, GG. I had to do the fanfare. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 5. Again, a very intense game here. Initially, the Ling Queen all-in fell on its face, to be honest. It wasn't even scouted. It wasn't even scouted. Shameless, he was already blindly going into faster glaive adepts after the Stargate opener, and he just happened to come across the Ling Queen all-in. He shut it down. The Ling Queen all-in didn't really do much damage. It caught some adepts, true. That's all it really did. It caught a couple of adepts. It did kill one Oracle as well, but in the end, Shameless, he was able to defend and then able to counterattack and wreak havoc and cripple YoungYakov with those glaive adepts. GG. GG, well played with that. It all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love. Now, YoungYakov, he has done nothing but all-in. Now, up until last game, it was purely 3 base all-ins. Last game, it was 1.5 base. It wasn't even 2 base saturation. It was like 28 drones. It was barely anything. It was a 28 drone at Ling Queen all-in. But regardless, it's been a lot of aggression out of YoungYakov this entire series. And we'll see if that continues coming into game number 5, coming into the ace match as we load into Ultra Love. Oh boy. Whew, here we go. Again, we have 1 game left. It is on Ultra Love. I believe that this might also eat into the Anonymous Cup as well, which is a bit of a shame. But it may eat into it, as the Anonymous Cup day 2 does begin in 10 minutes, in 10 minutos. So we might miss out on game 1, but we should be there for the rest. For the rest of the event. As our players are just getting ready. They need a moment to catch their breath. I don't blame them. It's been an intense finals. I mean, hey, it went all the way to the ace, and went the distance. That's all we ever ask for these finals. It's been very close, very clutch. YoungYakov doing everything he can to avoid a longer game against Shameless. And Shameless doing everything he can to survive. Just wants to survive, Papi. Just wants to play some StarCraft. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. He was down 2-0, by the way, and he's brought it back all the way to game 5. It is a Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself. He had a lot of momentum. He was so close, and he still is so close to claiming this series, but he's been brought all the way to the brink. Can he recover? It is YoungYakov. Here we go. As we do have a 15-15 out of YoungYakov to get the expansion on location without being disturbed. So the hatchery is placed. We can settle in. Go. Meanwhile, Shameless getting juiced up. Getting juiced up behind this. The juice is on the way. Gate expanded to Cybercore. So far, so good. Likewise, 15-15 out of YoungYakov into his own gases, into his own standard follower. We are just going to be calming things down for the time being. We'll try to keep a better eye on YoungYakov. As we mentioned last game, YoungYakov, he did go for an earlier all-in. He went into a 1.5 base 28 drone Ling Queen walk across the map. And welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is likewise a smaller map of the map pool. Ultra Love is known for all-ins as well, but typically off of 3 bases. Usually off of 3 bases, so that's what we're leading towards. But at the same time, as we mentioned last game, is it wise to commit and to continue to rely on 3 base all-ins once your opponent starts to recognize what's happening, starts to adapt, and starts to get accustomed to that in a series? YoungYakov, he may just double down. He just double down, just keep on going. So far, Adepts say do threaten a shade. Do shade into said main. Getting further in. Yakov trying to keep up. Does attempt to. So far, zoning back the Adepts. As keeping up, but does maintain his economy, is able to drone. So far, Yakov is keeping up with Shameless's harass. Behind this, Stargate into Oracles. Oracles are moving out. 3rd base is on the way. This time, a 3rd base before Twilight Council. So once again, it feels like Shameless is going for something more standard. Not going for Glaives. Not yet. Ooh, I say that. That is going to be a Twilight Council, and this is an earlier Twilight Council than we're used to seeing. Not as early as last game, but early nonetheless. So the longer this goes on without a Forge, the higher chance this is that this is Glaives. Later than last game, but still earlier than normal. As typically you just don't get it. Meanwhile, double Oracle into the 3rd. 1-2 drones go down. Adepts say threaten the natural. The Lings are keeping up. And show us that upgrade. Do we go into Blink? Do we go into Glaive Adepts? There's Chrono. And there is Blink on the way. Okay. Getting to Blink Stalkers. Now, the fact that there's no Forge here is interesting. Basically, this early Blink timing ensures that if Yakov goes for a 2-base all-in or a 2.5 base all-in, Blink is done in time to defend. Blink would be impactful in the defense at the 3rd base of Shameless. So in a sense, this is quite safe. The downside, of course, is no Forge, no upgrades, so on the longer game, we do get outscaled. +1 range is on the way, Lair is on the way. This does feel like, once again, Ling Hydra from YoungYakov. This is what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, and we're expecting Yakov to get a 4th base just for Larva. We're expecting Yakov to take his gases and drone up to 66, and to not drone any more than that. That's what we're expecting out of YoungYakov. We'll see if he doesn't meet those expectations, or if he takes us somewhere else. Meanwhile, from the side of Shameless, based on the lack of Forge, we should be... Oh, no, never mind. Forge now on the way. Shameless is being assertive. Remember, Blink is going to be done early, so Shameless can be aggressive like this. He can be assertive. Clerks in. Lings, they bait at the stasis. Hydroden's on the way. Now, I was going to say that Shameless can turn this into an all-in, but Shameless takes his gases, and these gases signify further tech. Whether it's Colossus or Storm, one of the two is going to be on the way. As Yakov, he does get across the map, slips into the mineral line. Ooh, Worker's going to be going down. As boys, they turn around to fight. Yeah, Brutal also there. 6 probes go down. Takes down 6 workers. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they dive in. They get a queen. They got 1 queen so far. Hydras are on the way. Lings are cleaned up. Shameless is holding. And we were curious about that tech. It's going to be Storm. So Twilight counts into Storm. Oh, Stasis doesn't quite go off. Gets baited. Another queen gets sniped. These are nice snipes here from Shameless. Overall, Shameless, he hasn't lost a single Stalker. Okay. Catching up 40 Lings. Lings go down. Kite's back. Stasis goes off. Yakov bleeding out a lot of units here. Forced to cut workers early at 55. Yakov not looking comfortable. Likewise trying to collapse in. And Yakov is now forced to take up. We have, for the first time this series, Infestation Pit. Let's go. The pit is on the way. We're taking up. He's droning. He's droning up past 3 bases, taking up in towards Hive Tech, towards Lurkers, towards Vipers. We have a game. We have a game on our hands. Meanwhile, Shameless, likewise, taking his 4th. There's that Lurker that we spoke of. Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. The game is slowing down. Speaking of the game slowing down, as we have a Lurker tech on the way for Yakov, we have the Flea Beacon for Shameless. So again, both players are rushing into that later form of tech. We're getting there. Lings, they catch a couple of probes. Shameless moving in. Storm is ready. Storm does zone away. We have the attendants around. Nice Stasis. So once again, Stasis does connect. Yakov's just trying to buy time. Knocks down the tower. Knocks down the tower. Scout into the main. Confirms the Fleet Beacon. Confirms the second Stargate. The Lurkers are building up, and can Yakov break Shameless before Sky Toss? It's not going to be easy. We'll see if he can. So far, Yakov backing off, keeping up with the Zealot run by, maxing out. So Yakov, he's maxed. Shameless, he's almost as well. Shameless, he's on how many? He's on a 6 High Templar, first Tempest, soon to be 3 Tempest. +1 air attack is on the way. Yakov rotating over. Here come the storms. Oof. Yeah, brutal storm on the Lings. Storm. The Lurkers are trying to wedge themselves in between the natural and the 3rd. Brutal slow zone. Our Lurkers are getting caught out. But not enough Tempest. Only 1. Now 2. Tempest, they chip away at the Lurkers. Now lurkers are targeted. Brutal storm on the Lings. Oh, another storm as well. God, the storms are insane. That one less so. Bit of a panic storm towards the end. But Yakov, you can see, just trying to force the issue, trying to break through, but he cannot. He just rams his face against the brick wall, and again, the timing here was missed. Yakov, the goal of this push was to kill Shameless before Skytoss. And what do we have? Skytoss. It's too late. It's too late. Shameless, he's there. And Yakov, he has missed that timing. He has to back off. He has to retreat. Behind this, Spire is now on the way, +3 attack as well. Do we have any Vipers? No. No Vipers. There's the Hive, of course, but so far just Ling, a Hydra Lurker. We do see the Shameless out of position. Shameless is here on the right-hand side. YoungYakov pushing in towards the natural. Does move in. Late reaction out of Shameless. Storm goes off. But Yakov is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. If Shameless was in position, he would have defended. He would have been fine. But he's racing back home. Yakov, he breaks into the natural. Takes down the Cybercore, denies +1, takes down the Robos as well. But this is going to be a one-way trip. That is a lot of tech. The Cybercore, both Robos. Going further in, going for the Templar Archives. This is a lot of damage. It's getting a lot of tech. Getting on top of the Stargates. Stargate's going to be going down. Yakov, he's stuck at the ramp. Gets one Stargate. Can he deny +3? Oh. Actually, going for the ramp instead. Does go for the ramp. Tempest barely gets out. Nexus falls. There's a Nidus to get the hell out of here. Let's go. Nidus will escape. A second Stargate goes down as well. Or at least it was going to. He commits. Oh, God. Okay, he has to get the hell out of here. Cleans up the army. He saves the upgrade. He saves +3. And he saves one Stargate. So this could have been a little bit worse. It could have been worse for Shameless. And now what's scary here is that Shameless does have a massive army. He has double the army supply. Double the army supply. Yakov, he traded his army for tech, for production, for buildings. Can he survive the counterattack though? Oh boy. Shameless, as he economically is fine. His production is in the gutter, true. The production is something that is lacking and has to be rebuilt. Cybercore is on the way. With the Cybercore, then you can make Robos. We need extra gateways. Shameless's main force is still looking terrifying, and it's still something that YoungYakov can't really engage into. Shameless playing it slow. I believe he does have a base he does have a base recall. So he can push towards the bases. Meanwhile, the main mothership stays at home. So how many Tempests? 8. Oh my god. 8 Tempests. Corruptors, they're hunting for the mothership. He wants it. He's gonna get it. And mothership goes down. Shameless pushing into lurkers. Does have the detection. But the mothership is no longer a threat. Corruptors, they're turning back around. Shameless, he knows the Corruptors are out there. He doesn't feel safe. He pulls away. Does pull away. Shameless pokes in. Does poke in, takes down the Spine Crawler, going for the expansion. Hatchery goes down. Yakov trying to set up a surround. Embracing more spellcasters. Oh. Forcing back Yakov. Rotates over. Storm. Storm's here on the army. He goes to the dive. Lurkers, they hold their own. Corrupts, they shut down the mothership. They're going for the Tempest. There's not enough support. Yeah, the Archons out of position. Anti-Air's out of position. And Shameless, he will lose everything. The Tempest all go down. Yakov, has he done it? I think he has. I think he barely has. Corruptors, they camp the main. Only the Ground Army remains. Just the Ground Army. For Shameless, he's moving out. But I believe there are Lurkers. Yeah, there are some Lurkers to defend, and a couple of Lurkers are all it takes. Yeah, Lurkers, they zone away the army. Shameless trying to catch reinforcements. Trying to. Corruptors, they do catch the mothership as well. They catch the mothership. Shameless starter stepping in. Does have control of the ramp. Uh-oh. Yeah, it does have control of the ramp. Gets into the mineral line, and once again getting on top of the tech. Almost a role reversal. Trading well against the Hydras as well. And with that, snipes the Lurker 10. Lurker 10 goes down. 24 drones as well. He's not done. Going further in. Does force the siege. Does force the borrow. Going for the hive. Again, we saw YoungYakov did this earlier going into the main, and now it's Shameless. There's a recall. Oh, okay, it doesn't recall in time. Leaves out a couple of immortals. Corruptors, they're popping off. They get an expansion. They take down the base. They chase the Tempest into the forest, into the cannons. Catching both Tempest. Both Tempests go down. We're looking quite scrappy here. Looking at the armies, we have mainly a ground army. We have 5 Immortals, 2 Archons, 10 High Templar. It's quite a robust ground army. What do we need to defend against that? Lurkers. Lurker dens being rebuilt. So far, only 6 Lurkers, 2 Vipers coming into play. Bit of a missed rally with the Vipers. Oh. Yeah, it does miss rally. 1 Viper goes down. There's 1 Viper left. Expensive loss there for Yakov, but he's building up 7 more Lurkers. That's a lot of Lurkers, papi. It's 13 Lurkers. Cells hit the Nolan base. Corruptors, they hit the 3rd. Shameless moving in, but he runs into Lurkers, and he can't really break through, not easily. Still Corruptors left over. Oh, the Immortals, they break. The Lurkers are on their own. Yeah, the Lurkers, they need support. Shameless, he breaks on through. Tempest's going to be going down, but what about the ground army? That's what matters here. Where are the Lurkers? Where are the Lurkers? Oh, they're out of position. Lurkers are racing over. Storm to the face. Shameless, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has enough Immortals here. He can actually push into this Lurker line. GG gets called. Shameless with the comeback. He was down 2-0 in the series, but he wins 3 games in a row, and he is this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Shameless. He weathers the storm, papi. He survives. He's crazy. GG, well played. Does make it through. And congratulations. Congratulations here to Shameless. As he does make it through. He does qualify. He does become this week's champion. He's the big tuna. He's the Sparkling Tuna. GG, well played. Shout out to YoungYakov. YoungYakov had a very strong start to the series, and I could even see him taking the 3-0. But Shameless, he had a crazy defense on torches as he rushed into the mothership. He was able to hold on, survive, and claim that. It was very close, very clutch, very intense. And even here in the final game of the Ace match, it could have gone either way as well. We had some big moments for YoungYakov when it came to him pushing into the main base and crippling all the production and all the tech. Likewise, we did have a Shameless reciprocating that, doing the same or almost the same amount of damage across the map. He switched into ground toss instead, and Lurkers are good, but with a high enough immortal count, Lurkers, they get broken. Lurkers, they need support. They need support. They need a buffer between themselves and the immortals. Otherwise, they just go down real fast and real quick. And with that, YoungYakov, he just could not support his army. He didn't have the economy for it. GG. GG, well played. Shameless is our champion. The replacement, man. True. The replacement, man. Let's go. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Shameless, and if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. If you guys want to support us on the, if you guys want to support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via the Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. For now, the stream is going to be going down. For those that remember, we do have another tournament. It is starting, I think it's already began. We might be able to barely catch game 1 or maybe game 2. But yeah, we had Quanto winning the, of course, the random raffle, but we also have our schedule here. At 11 p.m. KST, that is going to be 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, the Anonymous Cup did begin, and we have to jump in. We're going to be jumping into the Anonymous Cup. If you were here yesterday, we had a blast guessing the players competing. We'll be going over the format. We're going to be going over the format itself, and they are starting soon. So the stream is going to go down. The reason why the stream is going to go offline is because we need to turn on the delay. We do need a delay for the Anonymous Cup. It's going to be a 90-second delay. I probably should have just casted Tuna Cup with a delay and just kept it going. So my apologies on that one. But yes, we are going to be. The stream is going to be going down. We're going to be going on a short break here, and then we're going to be back with the Anonymous Cup. The way that the Anonymous Cup works, of course, is that we have 21 players. We have 21 players, each anonymous, each with their own alternate ID account, and they're all playing in a tournament, and you in the chat can predict and place bets. I say place, predict and earn prize money on who you think, and predicting correctly on who you think these players are, on who you think they are. And of course, at the end of the tournament, the viewers in the chat with the most amount of accurate and correct predictions will earn some prize money. So there you can get involved. You can get involved with your predictions. For the Anonymous Cup. Otherwise, for now, the stream is going to be going down. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with day 2 of the Anonymous Cup. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Thanks for watching. And again, if you want to support us, Patreon is the place to be. You can help us grow the tournament. We currently earn 451 USD via Patreon for the Tuna Cup and for MSO and SDO as well. It's all funded via Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our patrons out there. Thank you so much for all the support that we do gain via Patreon, and also from Twitch, from YouTube, from all of our subscribers, from our followers as well. Thank you so much. And again, we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our second broadcast of the day. See you soon. Our second of 3. Oh boy.